Good morning around Australia. Welcome to the Gabba. This is the first Orange Test match, an Ashes Test match, the start of a big series. Now, a great moment for Nasser Hussain, who leads his England team out onto the field. You can bet your life there's just a few nerves out there. And the two Australian opening batsmen, best opening pair in the world at the moment, may even be the best Australia has ever put in the field. Matthew Hayden and Justin Langer. Now, down in the commentary box, waiting for us, Tony Greig, and an extremely warm welcome to Bill Laurie, who's missed a few matches so far this summer. Welcome back.
Thank you, Richie, and good morning all. Well, first morning nerves there for Andy Caddick, playing his first test in Australia. He's going to be bowling from the members' end. Conditions are perfect. Good pitch, fast outfield, beautiful sunny day. And Nasser Hussain has taken a big gamble by bowling first. And good morning, Tony Greig.
Morning, Bill. Yes, I think we all agree with that. One of the positive things to do when you win the toss on the first day of a test match is to take the initiative and go and bat first. Well, Nasser Hussain hasn't done that. He's decided that there is a little bit of juice in this pitch, and there always is, and he wants his fast bowlers to use it. And Caddick has got that ball, and he's going to try and nip it around a little bit off that slightly green tinge on the surface there. Australia, wonderful batsmen that go in there at the head of the order for them. Langer and Hayden have played so well together, have put together such wonderful partnerships over the years, and they are the two that England have got to get rid of, and get rid of fast. Otherwise, they are the sort of batsmen that can really build an innings and get it going and get the series going. Well, the Ashes is about to get underway. Here we go.
We'll carry through to Stewart. Just a little bit of swing there for Andy Caddick. Should see the ball seam this morning. It's not too hot here in Brisbane. The ball swinging back from off to leg.
That looked to me as if it actually nipped back a long way off the seam. A little wander down the pitch there by Langer, just to have a look at the spot. Just have a look at this ball moving off the wicket. Just watch this. This is the first delivery. Have a look how it came back. It was heading towards second slip almost, and then just straightened down the line and bounced nicely as well.
Too short. Misfield, not a good start for England. Allows Langer to get off the mark, and that's not good enough.
Yes, that's Vaughan in that position. It's these little things that can turn into real nasties. I mean, give me a break. You should have stopped that. Perhaps that tenseness, I suppose, Bill, early on. We might just see a little bit of that. He's a really good player, Michael Vaughan. He's one of the opening batsmen they'll be depending on.
It also takes the pressure off Justin Langer as well. The batsmen are nervous. It's a new series. Been sent into bat. Andy Caddick in good form. A change in the field for Matthew Hayden. They're going to bring in a short mid-wicket. So just 3 slips and 1 gully for Matthew Hayden. It's well bowled. Good length. A little bit of movement.
It's moving into the left-hander. And a little bit of bounce there as well. Just watch this one in the air again. You can just see it straightens a little bit down the line. So easily have gone off the inside edge and popped up to forward short leg. So they've got a man covering that situation. They've brought the mid-wicket in now, or the wide bit on in, close up on the onside as well.
Just a fraction short. Caddick looks in very good rhythm as well. Getting to the bowling crease nicely. High arm action.
Yes, he's spot on for a start. He started just outside that off stump, and he's just slowly working back in. It's important to make the batsman play. Even more important to find the outside edge early on. So this is a perfectly acceptable start by Caddick. He's made the batsman play at almost every ball. Just the first one was just a little wide. But apart from that, Langer and Hayden have had to play everything so far. That's a little look at what Andrew Caddick has done in his career. 59 test matches. He's taken his wickets at 29.
Leg byes. Well fielded. That's the end of the first over. It's none for 4. Damien Martin at 4, Darren Lehman at 6. A new look Australian batting line-up. It's going to be Matthew Hoggard to take up the attack. Right arm, fast, medium and outswing bowler. Strong, competitive young man.
And he can swing it too. I've certainly seen him bowl where he's got some nice swing going. He'll be hoping for that this morning, especially with the 2 left-handers out there, to straighten down the line, hoping to perhaps get an LBW or get it to move off the seam, having just swung in a little bit, and it's slip Corden is waiting. That's his first ball in Australia. This will be an interesting experience for Matthew Hoggard. I think he was expecting a lot when he arrived. He was complaining about the fact that there wasn't enough bounce in the pitches when he first arrived in Australia. Well, that might have been the case over in the West, but he'll have plenty of bounce here. But he doesn't want to get carried away with that. What he wants to do is just home in on that good length around that off-stump area.
A bit of swing, but the line going down the leg side. Goodish pace, seam upright, a little bit of swing. Nasser Hussain won the toss, elected to bowl. He needs at least 2 wickets in the first session. Give away the opportunity of batting first. You expect your bowlers to pick up early wickets.
Yeah, I think more than that, Bill. I think he's got to bowl Australia out for a score that's something in the order of, well, perhaps certainly no more than 320 if you're going to do this. Because this decision that he's made here, really, you can't really judge it until the end of the game, because it's going to dry out this pitch, and of course we're going to have to wait and see what Warren does later on. So that delivery there, swinging way down the leg side. As we heard Nasser Hussain saying that there are 2 things they've got to do. They've got to be on target, and Hoggard's just a little down the leg side at the moment, and they've got to hang on to their catches. And those are the 2 things that he wants to happen out there. And of course, to hang on to catches, you've got to find the outside edge. That's what you've got to do, and so he's got to get across to that off stump a little bit.
It's nicely played, well bowled, goodish length, but nicely picked off by Matthew Hayden. Good crowd in, beautiful day in Brisbane. Kevin Mitchell Jr., one of the best curators in the country, has this ground in magnificent condition.
Yes, it was interesting having a talk to him this morning. Actually, he hasn't had much time here. The last match, the football match, was played here. He had 18 days before his first Pura Cup wicket.
It's well bowled. Good swing and a good length.
Yes, two attempts at Yorkers here. This is the second one, swinging in nice and late as well. That's well played. So 18 days from the end of the football season to the first Pura Cup match, and he only had 5 days to get this pitch ready. Normally they give themselves 8 to 10 here.
Gets past short leg. He over bowled, it's none for 7. It's none for 7 at the Gabba. Andy Caddick to continue from the members' end. To Matthew Hayden. Movement in the grandstand behind the bowler's arm.
Yes, we've got a bit of a problem down alongside the sight screen at the moment. There doesn't seem to be anyone down there stopping people from wandering through that area. Umpire Buckner getting onto it, trying to stop that movement down there. Well, just to give you an idea of what happened during Caddick's first over, a couple of runs there. Just got a little bit of movement and a bit of bounce. He's a very tall man. And he got it just outside off stump and then slowly worked back towards the stumps. And so he's going to concentrate on his accuracy. He won't be trying to bowl too fast just yet. He'll be trying to get it in the right place.
In the air. Fine leg coming around, but it falls in safely. Top edge from Matthew Hayden. He picks up 2.
Well, that could have gone absolutely anywhere. This went off the top edge and could so easily have been out. Matthew Hayden, mind you, scores a lot of runs playing the pull shot, so he's not about to tuck it away. Just watch this. Outside off stump and tried to pull it in the direction of mid-wicket. That could so easily have gone straight to a fieldsman. Bounced safely. Yes, just getting back to Caddick's first over. He bowled the first over of the match. This is what happened. He homed straight in on that area just around off stump and then made them play from then on in. That was a good delivery. That one bounced a little bit, was misfielded. Good swing there, good movement for him, making the batsman play. And then the last delivery, of course, just down the leg side. Wasn't far away from leg stump, but flicked off the pad and was nicely stopped down on the boundary.
Haven't found the outside edge yet. That's a problem for England. Once you send the opposition to bat, you want to get 1 or 2 to go past the outside edge. The ball's been swinging in from off to leg to the left-handers. Haven't seen any pushed across the body yet. Caddick. Bowling around about 135 Ks. Quite a consistent pace.
Yes, that was the one that just moved across, but it was a bit wide. This umpire Buckner is getting a bit agitated with the movement down by the screen. It seems to me that there's someone down there is just moving around right alongside the screen. Yes, it's the guy just alongside the screen down there that's been moving around a bit.
4 off the over, it's none for 11. Three overs bowled, Australia none for 11. I'll go to continue. Warm, sunny day at the Gabba, ideal day for batting, good seeing day. Outside the line of off stump. Good length.
Yes, they'll be looking for an LBW here. The ball swinging back nicely. Both these left-handers will be wanting to make sure they get their pad outside the line and don't commit their pad too early. Just watch this. It's quite a wide delivery. Swinging back and may just have nicked the stumps, but a good decision. Hit him just outside the line. And there's a shake of the head from the man the players think is the best umpire in the world. Voted that by the players when they were all together at the ICC trophy. So umpire Rudy Kutsen got the vote from the players. Number 2 was umpire Shepherd, and number 3 is the other man out there today, umpire Buckner. So very highly regarded by the players in world cricket. Umpire Kutsen from South Africa.
This is a good over. Catch was a cry. Didn't quite carry back to the bowler. He's drawing Langer forward. The ball swinging in.
Yes, they've got a short mid-wicket there for Caddick, and that would have gone straight to him. So I wonder whether he'll bring him in now. There it goes, off the inside edge and popped up in the air. Just not quite getting back to the bowler. He looks as if he's relaxed now, just by comparison with that first over. Sometimes just takes an over just to get into your stride a little bit. This is Hoggart continuing.
Cracking shot. Some width and he puts it away, Justin Langer. Beautiful square drive of the ball. Just got some width. Beautifully played.
Yes, well, if you bowl them wide and pitch them up to these two, they are going to go after them. And so that was the first really positive shot. Just gave him a bit of room, and these days he does get onto them well, doesn't he? Getting stuck into that, knowing full well that even if he nicked it, it would take some catching. Good shot. He's throwing his head back there, but it wasn't the greatest delivery of all time.
It's a good over though. He's got the length just about right. He's not too short. Just a little bit of swing. He's getting Justin Langer onto the front foot, which I think is very important. A bit of swing, a bit of moving off the seam.
Umpire Kutsen there keeping a very, very close eye on the follow-through of Hoggart. One of the things that the Englishmen don't want to do is create foot marks for Shane Warne around on that leg stump area, because boy, will that cause them some problems.
It's none for 15. None for 15. Nasser Hussain won the toss, elected to bowl. Ideal conditions, some swing around here at the Gabba, a little bit of movement off the seam. Umpire Steve Buckner's not happy with the media crew, saying they're getting in front of the side screen.
His last over, Caddick let Hayden have one, a short delivery, tried to pull it, which is his way, and he was quite lucky to get away with it. So I suspect that at some stage during this over as well, we'll see another one of those. And we do know that Hayden, if he hits them, it's just as likely to disappear over the mid-wicket boundary for 6. But it's worth a punt at this stage. These batsmen haven't got their eye in yet. And that being the case, just a little top edge down to fine leg, perhaps a splice up to mid-wicket.
No.
Yes, just looking at his last over. These are the deliveries. The one there, the black delivery, that short one is the one he tried to pull. So those are the balls, all the balls in the over, and you can see that well, most of them over the top of the stumps. So there's a bit of bounce there for Caddick. that short one, pitching around about halfway down the pitch. Yes, and I think they're thinking about what you said, Bill. The odd one go straight through as opposed to nip back a little bit. He might have gone a little wider on the crease there. So there we are. You can see that hand movement there from Hussain. And just following what happened with that last delivery. Just continued on the path towards the slip cordon. Boy, does he need some wickets here today. He won the toss in the first test match on a good batting pitch and asked the opposition to bat first.
To their credit, they haven't been too short. They've been trying to get the ball onto the good length, trying to draw Wanger in particular forward. Caddick is one of those bowlers that's always just short of a good length. He hasn't moved the ball right off the seam. He's got one or two to swing back from off to leg. He just needs to get it on off stump and make Wanger play square the wicket.
Just looked as if Jones out there is beginning to get himself loose. He's been, mind you, he's been doing these exercises since he went out there. He's the fastest bowler in this England lineup. He's feeling out in the covers and really is keeping himself nice and loose out there.
It's well fielded. It's none for 16. None for 16. Hoggard continues.
Yes, Hoggard's last over was a good one. He looked as if he was settling into his work, getting the line right. Just have a look at this. Look at that swing back there. That one hit the pad just outside the line. That one hit the pad as well. This one could so easily have gone straight up in the air back to the bowler. Then he bowled that wide delivery, which was punished. Langer getting that one away nicely for 4. He threw his head back in frustration.
It's chipped away nicely down to fine leg, but just the single. One thing English bowlers are not trying to bowl too quick. They're trying to keep the ball up. It's not quite spot on as far as line is concerned. Hoggard getting the ball to swing into the left-handers. He's a workhorse. He's a real hard worker. Strong. Well bowled. Inside edge, and then we'll pick up 2, but the ball's certainly swinging here at the Gabba.
It's well bowled and nicely played too by Langer. Now there's the man who is probably the fastest bowler in this test match. I'm looking forward to seeing him bowl. He really is fast. His father played test cricket for England. Jeff Jones, he would have played against you, Bill, but he's got a good build apparently, and he's right up there with the quickest in the world. So I'm looking forward to seeing him bowl. He's been loosening up right since the start of the match, almost expecting an over any minute now, but he's going to make a few Aussies jump around.
Yes, I think Hussain's doing the right thing here too. He's bringing in a leg gully or a man on the onside. The ball swinging from off to leg. At least now, if Wanger chips in the air, that man at leg gully is in a catching position. I think that's an attacking move. He's troubling Justin Lang with the one swinging back. Normally the ball, when bowled to left-handers, is angled towards the slips, but Hoggard in particular swinging the ball back nicely on a good length.
Yes, that was going over the top, obviously. It's one of the things we're going to be able to do with Hawkeye, this tracking system we've got working for us in these telecasts.
Misfield at Red Gully, but no run.
Yes, we're going to be able to show you how much the ball is going over the top of the stumps when there's an LBW appeal. This is an example. That was that delivery that hit Justin Langer high on the leg, and going over the top by about a foot. You saw a stifled appeal from behind the stumps, but that's what we can do. We can run around and show you the exact positioning of the ball at all angles.
Big shout, maybe an inside edge. That's a very good over. It's none for 19. Steady start by Hayden and Langer at the Gabba, none for 19. But England bowling with some control here. They're not express, they're around about 134 Ks. Sharpish. Oh, he goes, this time he gets it away, but not off the movement of the bat.
Yeah, he plays that one pretty well. He's dropped his bat, as Justin Langer, and so he says no. I think he was looking for the third there. Yes, I think they've got to bowl him the odd bouncer, Hayden, way up there, right up above his head. Let him go for it. That's the way they're going to get him out. Just watch this running between the wickets. They were looking for three here. You see, that wasn't really a short delivery. He's played it so well. Looking for three. Watch Langer in the foreground. This is where he loses his bat, and that's it. So no, mate, stay there. Quite right, too. Is he going to let him have it? I think he should, with a nice high bouncer. Well bowled, a Yorker, right up in that block hole. They've played the Yorkers well today. They've got a few, and England have got them in the right place, but both these batsmen have handled them no trouble at all. They're not that quick, these two, not express, so the Yorker's not quite as effective. Got to think that he's thinking about when he bowls his next bouncer. He's nearly got him out, hooking already, so it'll be certainly going through his mind.
No.
Matthew Hayden's a superb cricketer. He really has come on in leaps and bounds in recent years, and that's just a little rundown of his best performances in Test cricket. 203 against India. South Africa taken some punishment there on a couple of occasions. New Zealand and the West Indies all have conceded centuries to Matthew Hayden. In the top 10 in world cricket.
Wait.
He's rated number 1, and it's one of the reasons when he drives nice and straight, and that's 4. Hussain just a little bit sluggish there at mid-off. Genuine, back to Simon Jones. Genuine half volley, just pushed straight down the ground.
Yes, that was over pitched, wasn't it? It wasn't really, it was very well played. Yes, I read a little while back that Caddick said that he was going to bore them out, give them nothing loose. I think that probably is what he meant. And that's a lot easier said than done.
No ball. And that's very well fielded by her. Great effort. Poor delivery, pulled away, and well fielded.
There's a couple now that Hoggart's got around to very well and stopped. He's just over the line. And there we go. Just putting it back with one hand. Very committed cricketer.
Change in the field, the short leg goes out to backward square leg for the, this time, pull or hook shot. A deep fine leg and a deep backward square leg. This is a good solid start in the first half hour. None for 28. Have been sent in to bat. First morning of a 5 Test match series. Once again, you see the no ball there, just over.
Yeah, that's 10 centimetres over the the back section of the line, because
No.
you've got to have some portion of her foot behind that line. It's no wicket for 28.
It's up to 28 as Ian Healy and Ian Chappell take up the commentary.
Thanks, Bill. And hello to all of our viewers. Matthew Hoggard has been troubling Justin Langer. He's getting the ball to swing quite late. If he gets it in the right spot, he's got a chance of 1 LBW. 2, he might get one through the gap. And I think if he had the leg gully, more of a leg slip, he would be better placed. But he's starting to settle into his job pretty well, Matthew Hoggard. Well, that's the one. That's the spot where he's got to just keep hammering away. Good morning to Ian Healy.
Good morning, Chappelli. Hello, everyone. Justin Langer just leaving a gap for Hoggard to sneak through, looking to drive squarer than he probably should have. Very good bowling. Hoggard, as Tony Greig has said, is a very committed cricketer. Slice of luck to go their way. And England will be through this formidable opening partnership by Australia.
I think that's the most important thing. England have got to slice through this opening combination. If they allow Australia to get away to a good start, then they'll be in big trouble. Got some stroke makers in Ponting, and Damien Martin lifted up to number 4 with Mark Waugh out of the side. That'll help settle Darren Lehman down if Australia get away to a good start.
They're chalk and cheese, aren't they? Langer and Hayden, we've seen already this morning. Hayden willing to play the hook and pull shot. Langer not as keen, looking to work off his body down through that leg gully area that they've now positioned a man for. He's looking to drive square, whereas Hayden looks to drive straight. There's leg gully. That man that Ian Chappell was talking about, he would like to see him a little more angled and short leg. They have a man back there for Matthew Hayden, but 2 in for Langer. So they're aware that they are different.
Too much at leg stump. Pays the penalty.
Justin Langer's got the ability to take a ball from off stump to that man that's there catching. You don't have to be on middle and leg like this, and if you do, he's very comfortable. Leg stump worked along the ground to the rope. And the wince of Matthew Hoggard tells it all. He knows where he was supposed to be.
Once again, too much at leg stump. Simon Jones catch up with this one. Australia none for 34. Justin Langer on 13, Matthew Hayden 16. None for 34 after 8 overs. There have been some good deliveries from the England openers, but just probably about once an over, just tossing in a loose delivery.
Yes.
Vaughan, and a good save there. Backing up, Nasser Hussain managed to get around there very quickly. Vaughan did the right thing. It was worth the shot at the stumps.
There's 3 Englishmen still with their hands on their heads. They know how close this was, and this is a slice of luck that needs to go their way. Good fielding, all in the one action, missed the stumps. Hayden, desperate and diving, so too Hussain. 3 or 4 Englishmen hands on heads right now. They know they had Matthew Hayden under pressure.
Started rather nervously, Michael Vaughan misfielded in the first over, but that was much better work.
Now we'll settle down. How do you think that run was? What was the call like? Maybe we'll just keep an eye on Vaughan. He might be a little sharper than we think. That's the sort of talk that might be happening there. A few apologies. We got away with it. Let's get on with it. Now, a little bit of luck has gone their way already. Top edge hook shot over the keeper's head. A popped bat pad catch almost going back to Hoggard by Langer. And then that run out chance. 3 opportunities, which could mean so much if they had been taken, even one of them taken. Hoggard now with some sort of complaint. Groin, thigh. Already into treatment in the first hour.
No!
Good bowling hasn't included beating the bat outside off stump. I think England would love to get a wicket and get a right-hander out there, because both these bowlers, Hoggard in particular, but just occasionally Caddick also, getting the ball to swing back into the left-handers. It's an easier delivery for the batsman to play than the one leaving the bat. Plays very well straight, Matthew Hayden.
And he's playing with his feet together too, Chappell, isn't he? He's just waiting on the back foot. He hasn't got to be definite back or forward with these drives. We saw one go on the offside, and then this one. Probably back first, a little bit of a rock forward, but just feet together, not without much movement. And that tells me that it's a good wicket. He's comfortable with the bounce of the ball that's going to come on the bat. Footwork's not as vital. It's more staying still and waiting for the ball.
This Australian opening pair so dangerous because they can be troubled, as Ian Healy just pointed out. They've had a couple of lucky breaks, but as soon as you make a mistake, they punish you. 2 fours to Justin Langer. Matthew Hayden with 1 4. Already, run rate, they haven't looked as though they're doing anything really exciting, but that run rate is 4.26, which is very good. That's where he loves to play. Square of the wicket.
Simon Jones once again now in cover, having to chase and return. But that gap's been left for Langer purposefully. They've stacked the slips and gullies. They want him trying to drive square there, and he's taking up the invitation. Straight through the gap. Look at all the slips that are waiting for the catch in case he doesn't quite judge it properly.
Second test match for Simon Jones. Impressed in his first test match, but was then injured. That's a good shot. That's a repeat of the Matthew Hayden straight drive earlier on. Already Australia none for 43. None for 43 after 9 overs, and the run rate really picking up, which is a worrying sign for England. This is the tendency. The England bowlers, if you attack them, and Australia are a very attacking lineup, then they have a bit of trouble maintaining line and length.
They look a bit tentative too, Ian. They're very focused and concentrating on this opening pair. We haven't even seen a bumper. Where's this fiery start? They're going to rattle the Australian top order. This is Andy Caddick, last over. Good ball. That's where you want to be to left-handers. Two good ones. One getting a bit straighter. The lines and lengths not bad, but the Australian's good enough to play off the back foot. And then Justin Langer, the last one, driven off the front foot. So they just need to be a bit careful. The line's not bad, but the lengths were mixed up. There's a very small margin for error on this good surface that they are playing on, and that's why Matthew Hayden was able to not move excessively and get a drive to mid-on. Justin Langer out on the front foot for the fuller ball and a touch wider through the covers. So, to me, we haven't seen a bumper. We haven't seen anyone get into the ribs of these blokes.
Might see a bumper now. They've put the second man back for Matthew Hayden. John Crawley has gone from bat pad to deep backward square on the rope. That was the trick. Look as though you're going to bowl a bouncer and pitch it right up. A double bluff, but it didn't work.
This is magnificent entertainment. You can see what the English are thinking. The double bluff, but no protection for the drive. If Matthew Hayden gets any sort of wood on this, and it's well outside off, taken to the big gap at mid-on. Unlucky for Hoggard, but the crowd are loving it. Huge crowd here at the Gabba for the first day of the test, and the atmosphere is great, and of course their favourite son is already on 23.
Trouble sometimes is you can try and get a batsman out in too many ways, and that may be what's happening at the moment, suddenly putting the man back for the bouncer. I think Hoggard has been the better of the two opening bowlers, and I think he was probably better off to just stick with what he was doing. Particularly, he's bowled well to Justin Langer. Really, that's about where he needs to operate most of the time.
No question. There's two deliveries, perfect through to the keeper. Short of a good length, just outside the top of off and through to your keeper. The Australians will love to entertain. They want to keep this run rate going. They're 47 off 9.5. This is the lines and lengths we need right now. Then the occasional bumper or aggressive delivery for impact.
It's a good finish to the over. It's none for 47. (19 to Langer, 23 to Hayden. Australia sent into bat by Nasser Hussain. There was a little bit of dark cloud around early this morning. That's disappeared. Nasser Hussain wouldn't be happy that that's happened. That's well bowled. Bit of pace and bounce there from Andrew Caddick. The sun has virtually been out since Nasser Hussain made his decision.
A little bit of something short and going away. You know, you can creep up the length of that delivery, get it closer to Justin Langer where it's pitching, so that the outside edge does become interested.
Just been a little bit too much variation in the length for Andrew Caddick. Just need a solid period now, England, 2 or 3 overs of nothing, not trying to do anything out of the ordinary. Just peg away around about that off stump. Just get some consistency in the bowling.
We saw a short of a length ball go beautifully across Justin Langer. Then one to leave, and now this half volley up on the front foot. Driven powerfully but missed the gap. As the day wears on, that will be punishable. We haven't seen Justin Langer get under a short ball. We've seen Matthew Hayden willing to play the hook shot. Let's see if he can do it from a high angle. And it probably comes down to the vice-captain here, Chappelli, I reckon. The captain's probably very full of plans and thoughts and, you know, thinking about the next bowling change. So someone in that slips cordon maybe is needed to trigger someone into, maybe, how about we try something, you know, let's get it there, get it short, get them ducking a few. If the suggestion doesn't seem to be coming from the bowlers themselves.
Pretty crowded slip cordon, but Caddick hasn't made much use of it so far. 3 slips, a traditional gully, and then a very square gully, Michael Vaughan.
Five dot balls this over by Andy Caddick. 6th over just about to finish. He's going for 4 and over, none for 24. Let's see if he can finish.
Maiden there from Andrew Caddick. It's none for 47. Matthew Hoggard has bowled pretty well when he's got that ball around about off stump, coming back into the left-hander. He's certainly troubled Justin Langer in that region. That's what he needs to keep doing. As I said, Matthew Hoggard has troubled Justin Langer. When he gets the ball just outside off stump coming back into him, that's the one. That's the one that very nearly carried back to the bowler. There's a chance for a bowled, an LBW, or if he put in a leg slip rather than the leg gully, I think he's got a chance of getting a catch there as well. So the blue ones are the dot balls, orange colour runs. Not convincing, but the 50 will come up for Australia.
None for 50, 11.3 overs. Have a look at the power of Hayden here. No footwork. Besides that, the ball's up there. The bat comes through. It's an inside edge and nearly makes the rope on one of the longest boundaries. Hoggard's not that happy. It's a good delivery. That's the second time an inside edge has been taken by Matthew Hayden past that area. He's not happy. You keep doing it to me. Goes for 3.
Well, that's 12 times out of 20 that this pair have reached 50 as an opening combination. Terrific record. Well timed and well fielded by Ashley Giles.
Well, Justin Langer came into last Ashes series in England, 2001, at the expense of Michael Slater for the last Test match. He made 102, retired hurt, so England haven't got him out for a long time. He'll be desperate. There's a fair bit of desperation in this opening partnership. Hayden and Langer, great appetite for runs.
It's a good shot. But that shouldn't discourage Matthew Hoggard from bowling in that area.
He needs someone like you, Chappelli, there telling him, keep it going, keep it going. If that is the case, because it's not too bad, and possibly some security could be put into that gap, because Justin Langer seems to pick it off nicely all day. Maybe the mid-off is a little too straight and can start to put a bit more pressure on that shot, but the crowd certainly loved that ball sitting on top of the rope.
Australia none for 54. Change of bowling now at the Vulture Street end. It's going to be Simon Jones, the speedster, Welsh speedster. Simon Jones made his Test debut in England at Lord's. He impressed with his pace, but he was then injured. So this is only his second Test match. He did well in Perth on this tour, picked up 5 wickets in the tour match. Not so successful in the game against Queensland. He was at the English Academy. At the moment, the academy in England hasn't been built, so they come to Australia. So he was out in Adelaide at the academy last year. Very strongly built young man. Good hitter of the cricket ball. And the other thing I can tell you about him, he's got an extremely strong throwing arm. He won't have any trouble at all throwing from the boundary rope here at the Gabba, and it'll be pretty flat.
It reminds me very much of the build of Danny Morrison, New Zealand pacer, who was a tremendous opening bowler for them. Got a short run up, and that's why he'll come into some problems if he's not strong, as you say, Chappelli, with those sides like he did in the first Test at his debut. He really cuts down into the delivery. Very rigorous rock back and lock up. No short leg, one deep man back, square leg and fine leg for Matthew Hayden.
No.
Yes, it's really just a jog to the crease, but a very powerful delivery stride. Simon Jones.
Now Andy Caddick's had a little problem on the left of screen where the dark green grass, about there you can see that patch. Andy Caddick's had a problem with that. His last leap leaves from an unstable surface, and he hasn't been happy with that. Sandy outfield here from the football season, been top dressed, but no complaints about it. But Caddick has his work cut out there.
It's hammered in front of square.
It's the first real positive pull shot that Matthew Hayden's been able to get in the middle. He's been back waiting, nice waist high, and beat the backward square. For me, Matthew Hayden hasn't been as convincing on the front foot as the back foot in this innings. And therefore, the fuller ball may be more effective right now.
.136 Ks, that delivery, which is not much above Andrew Caddick at the moment. Caddick was hitting probably maximum about 135. Jones will be, he'll get quicker. I think since this side injury, he likes to work into his bowling. 139 on that occasion. It's none for 58.
Drinks just leaving the ground here at the Gabba. First hour of the first Ashes Test match has been concluded, and Australia have had the best of it. 58 without loss. And boy, have they attacked right from the word go. Matthew Hayden, 30, with only 47 balls faced, and Justin Langer, 23 from 32 balls faced, and all the bowlers under pressure. Simon Jones, just the one over, got up to about 139 kilometres an hour in that over. Started to find his pace. I think you'll find he'll bowl quicker than that as he works into his spell. Just to give you an idea of how much time the batsmen have, here are the three deliveries. Simon Jones' delivery is in the green, and he's the quickest to hit the bat. Andy Caddick is the bowler in the blue, and Matthew Hoggard there, he's marked by the red line. That gives you an idea, 0.527 seconds roughly to make up your mind, play your shot. And as I said, I think that'll shorten, because Simon Jones, that man there, the one illustrated in the green, he'll bowl quicker than that. I think you'll find him up well into the 140s when he gets it right and he gets his rhythm right. At the moment, Andy Caddick has been swung around here at the Gabba. He's now going to bowl from the Stanley Street end of the ground. First spell, a little uninspiring, I've got to say. 6 overs, none for 24. Just struggled with his control from the Vulture Street end. A little bit of swing, but he's felt the pressure of Langer and Hayden, who have played their shots right from the very first delivery. And that's through as well. Slight misfield. And I think it may find its way. If it doesn't go to the fence, it will still go for 4-all run. They'll get back comfortably for 4. And Richie, I think it'd be fair to say this is not the start that Nasser Hussain was after when he won the toss earlier this morning.
Thought they were going to run 5 there, but managed to keep it down to 4. No, when you put the opposition in, you want something to happen in the first hour. That's the critical time. So the Australians have taken the attack right up to England. Didn't worry about being put in, even though that may also have been in Steve Waugh's mind. There is one other aspect to it.
That's through again. Once again, it's not quite out of the middle. It's another long chase, and this time the rope will win. And once again, it's poor old Matthew Hoggard, who's probably bowled the best of the England bowlers so far today. He's doing all the chasing, but in vain.
Two good shots. These two batsmen don't muck around. When we talk about great opening pairs over the years, and Matthew Hayden and Justin Langer are right up there with anyone you like to produce in the main, because they do get out there and attack. They don't give the bowlers any chance to settle down. They've failed occasionally. But since they've come together as an opening pair, they've been simply brilliant.
You can't give Justin Langer enough praise, really. He was in and out of the Australian side right through the 90s. Spent a lot of time on tours as 12th man, carrying drinks, running drinks around the field to all the bowlers. He's got his chance just over a year ago, the last Test match of the Ashes series in England in 2001, and he's grabbed it. He's a lot more aggressive player than we've seen in the past. You would not have seen these shots from Justin Langer in the first hour of a Test match early in his career. Didn't play the big drives, he used to let the ball come on, just work the singles. He now tends to play shots right from the word go. Much more aggressive player, much more like Matthew Hayden.
It's wonderfully entertaining. People sitting back in their living rooms watching this, and people at the ground here. Is quite a good crowd in here at the Gabba. They're captivated by this pair. Really only got together because Michael Slater was left out of that final Test match at the Oval a few years ago, and the Australians toured. And it's been all on the up from there on.
talking about with Justin Langer, right through the 90s, in and out of the team. 29 matches, but I dare say he wouldn't have played too many more than about 2 or 3 at once. 500s and 950s, averaging 36. And since he was given that chance back at the Oval in the 2000-2001 Ashes series, since then 26 matches, averaging 53.62 and scoring so much quicker, putting the pressure on the bowlers and the bowling captain, and already they're having a problem with the ball, and that's after an hour and 10 minutes it's already out of shape. I'm not surprised.
Been given a decent old belting out there. The other aspect I was talking about was that it's never wise to judge the success or otherwise of putting the opposition in just on one session. It's done for 67.
None for 67, Australia. Run rate's almost 5 runs per over. Very aggressive start by Langer and Hayden. All of a sudden, the attacking fields are slowly being pushed back. Jones to continue. Crack, well fielded. Very well fielded. Ashley Giles was the man just behind point. He's a natural left-hander, and it certainly helped him on that occasion.
Beautiful stroke. Got to have good reflexes to field in the gully. Be able to go quickly from side to side. Giles distinguished himself in the England team in the past English summer.
And Richie, you were talking about the toss earlier today and sending sides in, and I think you're quite right in saying you can't judge it just on 1 hour and 10 minutes of play, but when you send a side in to bat and you want to bowl first, I think it's the way you go about it. It's got to be considered an aggressive move by your players. And Stephen Waugh does it quite a bit. He often likes to bowl first because he's got McGrath and Gillespie and Brett Lee, Shane Warne and Andrew Bickle to attack the side. I just wonder if that's the reason that Nasser Hussain wanted to bowl today. Got him. Simon Jones has done it. Just short of a length. Moved away fractionally off the seam. Got the edge of Langer's bat. And Simon Jones has got the first wicket of the Ashes series.
That's the delivery that brings Jones most of his success and discomforts the batsman most, whether left or right-handers. He takes the ball away from the left-handers. Alex Stewart going across in front of first, as he should do. He's had plenty of time to gauge whether or not it was going to carry to first, which it would have, but he's the man with the gloves on. It's 1 for 67, Langer 32.
The Australian one-day captain makes his way to the centre. 60 test matches already. Ponting average 47.5. In good form too at the moment. The recent series against Pakistan in Colombo and Sharjah, a couple of hundreds. 141 in the first test match, Colombo, and 150 in the last test match, so he's in good nick. He'll need to be, because Simon Jones has started well. 1.3 overs, 1 for 4. He's got the breakthrough of Justin Langer. Just enough balls in the right spot. That's what you need on the Gabba wicket, first day. That one's middling off, pitching around about middle off, moved fractionally off the seam. Langer just followed it. Just pushed at it hard enough. Simple catch for Alex Stewart. And delighted Simon Jones. Delighted England side as well, they needed that.
Well, this is what we were talking about just a few moments ago, that can't just judge everything on the first hour. All sorts of things can happen. The time to judge the success or otherwise of putting in the opposition is after the last ball's bowled on the first day.
That's the Hawkeye view. Now the two balls you can see there, the red ball on the left is the one that actually got Justin Langer out and it deviated. The one on the right, the blue path, would have been the delivery had it not deviated off the seam. So that's all the ball has to do. Just a fraction amount of deviation. Batsman follows it. Thin edge, Alex Stewart does the rest. So that gives you a fantastic idea of what the batsman has to put up with, cope with in a very short space of time.
Andy Caddick and Nasser Hussain was who instigated, were asking a little while ago for the ball to be changed. And the umpire said no, that was Rudy Kutsin. And they've thought again about it. They've had their little measuring circle there. It's in the hands of Steve Buckner. They've been trying the ball and it doesn't actually get through the circle, so it's out of shape. And they're changing it.
Away. Well, that's interesting. Changing the ball after taking a wicket. Thought it had just come good.
Well, I think Rudy was the only one who'd had a look at it. Steve hadn't got his fingers on it up to that point. Very difficult exercise to do, I can assure you.
Hayden quite ready. A slight adjustment in the offside field, I think, brought about that. Fairly defensive field at the moment, just 2 slips in the gully, 3 men now saving 1 on the offside for Hayden. It's nicely timed again. Matthew Hayden pick up 2. Fieldsman just got a finger on it. Well, a successful over. Simon Jones, a much needed one. 1 for 70 Australia. Just a Langer the man out. And the last over from Simon Jones, put behind the wicket for 32. Ricky Ponting has just come out to the middle. As I mentioned, an average of 47.5 and in good form. But like all batsmen, this is the time you can get Ricky Ponting. Likes to go quite hard at the ball early on, Ricky Ponting, so this is where he does present the odd chance in the slips. 2 men out in the hook for Ponting. Oh, that's a good line, very good line. I must admit, Richie, I'm a little surprised to see 2 men out for the hook. I still think the best way of getting people out here at the Gabba is caught in the slips, trying to get them to drive. You can see there's a couple of men out there looking for something top-edged by Ricky Ponting, or maybe just the double bluff. Have 2 men out and then bowl line and length and try and bring about an edge.
Andy Caddick hasn't swung the ball much. I've got a feeling the England side, in their planning, will have a question mark against Ricky Ponting with the words compulsive hooker after it. They might also write in that he's a very good hooker. Plays the stroke extremely well. I have seen him get out to it, but then always find some way to get out to any particular type of delivery.
That's a nice shot. Just over pitching there, Andrew Caddick, trying to get Ricky Ponting to drive. That may have been just a little bit too straight toward the stumps.
Well, that was pretty well played. He didn't quite time it as he'd have liked. But, they've still picked up the 3.
Crack. That's not a half volley again to Matthew Hayden, but he's so strong. So much power He's up the body, but even when he doesn't get him quite out of the middle, he still gets full value for them. And a little worry there from Nasser Hussain. It's 10 balls from Andy Caddick from the Stanley Street end of the ground, and that's 16 runs from those 10 deliveries.
You've got to be very powerful if you're able to miscue a ball for 4. Just watch where this ball hits on Hayden's bat. It's definitely an inside edge, a thick inside edge, and he's belted it away past mid-on.
Seven from the over, 1 for 77. One for 77, Australia. Well, England have got 1 wicket. Still the best part of 40 minutes until lunch. They need another 1 or 2 at least. That's a good line. Well, Richie, I've got a question here for you. I posed a question from a viewer who sent in a bit of Ashes trivia, a bit of Australian cricket trivia, should I say. So Donald Bradman, we all know, averaged 99.94 in tests, but Albert E. Trott averaged 102.5 for Australia when he played test cricket late in the 19th century. So why is his name not above Bradman's on the all-time test batting average list? That's the question. It's just a bit of trivia that we're going to run during the year. 2 questions a day. Johnny Walker trivia. Why isn't Albert Trott's name above Don Bradman's on the all-time batting list when he averaged 102.5 in the late 19th century? If you'd like to pose us a question, that's how you do it. You can go to baggygreen.com.au site and send us a question. See if you can stump Richie and maybe a few other people here in the commentary box. Got out of the middle again, just 2 on this occasion. Well, Richie, any ideas?
Well, there were 2 Trotts played for Australia. That guy was Alberto, or nicknamed Alberto, because of his rather Italian look. He had a great bushy black moustache, and he was sun-browned as well. Nicely timed, the attempted Yorker there from Simon Jones. Yeah, the other one was G. Trott. He had 3 initials, but this one's Alberto. I think I better have a look at that on the screen again, because I think there's something about it there. D. Trott, all-time batting average list. Well, yes, there is an answer to that. And it was because he reneged on Australia and went to England, where he couldn't make a run. Couldn't get a run. He went to South Africa in 1898, and he made 23 from 4 knocks. So I'm going to stick with that. We'll take a break and then see how close we are. 1 for 81.
One for 81 after 17 overs, Australia. Getting back to that trivia question, Albert E. Trott did average 102.5 for Australia. And you're right, Richie, he did actually go and play for England. And there probably lies his mistake, actually. 102.5 he averaged for Australia in 3 test matches. So he averaged more for Australia than Sir Donald Bradman did, but when he went to England, he played 2 test matches and averaged 5.75. So, Richie, we haven't stumped you at all. You are right on the money. So he played test cricket for both Australia and England. His total average was 38. And he was actually run out for naught in his very first innings for England, so that was the mistake he made. It was in the air, just wide of Ashley Giles in the gully. And will run away to the boundary for 4 more. A little streaky, but another 4 to Matthew Hayden. He now has 5. And Andy Caddick, very tall man, has the ability to get the ball to bounce more than most. A bit like Glenn McGrath, and that one, or the bounce in that delivery, almost brought about the undoing of Matthew Hayden. It may just have come back a little bit off the seam and cramped Matthew Hayden for room. He steered it just wide of Ashley Giles. Andy Caddick is now to his 9th over. He's already surrendered 44 runs, and that's not what England were after from Andy Caddick. He mentioned himself in the week leading up to this test match, he wanted to bore the Australians out. He wanted to bowl good line and length. So far, he's been hit for 44 runs from 8.5 overs. I think it'd be fair to say, though, that Matthew Hayden in particular has been right on to Andy Caddick. And we sometimes talk about how Glenn McGrath targets batsmen. I think sometimes batsmen like Matthew Hayden are in good form, target bowlers. And Matthew Hayden would have heard about Andy Caddick saying he wanted to bore the Australians out. And Matthew Hayden would have been thinking, I'm going to put some pressure on him today. And so far he's winning the battle.
That's Andy Caddick bowling to Matthew Hayden. He hasn't got anything down the leg side, so he's kept off the pads. A couple of leg byes taken early on, nothing to do with the batsman. And all the rest, most times forcing Matthew Hayden to play.
That's the over.
Australia 1 for 85. $18 overs completed, 1 for 85. Matthew Hayden going along nicely in 40. That's a lovely shot. There's no runs from Ricky Ponting. I mentioned he's made 2 big hundreds in the series prior to this one in Sharjah and Colombo against Pakistan. And that shot there, even though it was no runs from it, had a mark of authority about it. On the front foot, nice flow of the bat, right out of the middle of the bat. Was also the quickest ball that Simon Jones has bowled, so Ricky Pontingham seeing them well. That looked like a slow one. Ponting's got it through. And this is a good pitch too. Even that slower ball still coming onto the bat, allowing Ponting to run it down through the vacant 5th slip area. There's the difference. 145.9 was the first ball this over. And that last one, 119. So it's good to see the young man thinking, though. He got a quick one first up. Saw that Ricky Ponting was on the front foot looking to drive. Thought he'd try his luck on a slower one. So he's thinking out there. No! showed you this start of Simon Jones' spell. That's his delivery out front with the other two bowlers. That's Hoggard in the red. He's the red delivery. That's his fastest ball. And Andy Caddick is the blue ball. Simon Jones quicker than all of them. Half a second you've got, from a batsman's point of view, to make up your mind and play your shot. That's the England attack today. No Goff and no Flintoff. Ashley Giles there at the end. He might be doing some bowling later today's play. That's Craig White. He wasn't mentioned in that mug shots, the last graphic we showed you. He's the all-rounder today. Andy Flintoff would normally have played that role, batting at 7, and being the fourth seamer. He's not fit for this match. Average of 37.5 with the ball. Has picked up a yard of pace in recent times, Craig White. And that's a good over. Much better over from Jones. 1 for 87. One for 87, Australia. Steve Waugh there in picture. Australian hierarchy. John Buchanan, the coach, just leaving him. It's a good start from the Australians. We'll have a little break here. We'll have a change in commentary. In comes Ian Healy, and with him Tony Gregg.
Thanks, Mark. Yeah, those Australians looking far too comfortable up there in that little area of theirs. 1 for 87. Oh, he's pulled that away. This is going to be out. It's going to be... Oh, he's got him. No. Yes, he's got him. He's got him. He threw it back in before he went over. Now then, what happens there? This is going to be a referral. What a catch that was by Jones. He took it magnificently, and I think he threw it back into the ground. So the question is, did he have it under control, I suppose? But boy, what a catch. It looks to me as if he's saying yes there. He caught it, and then he went over. Look at that, he's got it. So now he goes whack, off you go. And so he's not really under control. This is the issue as far as I'm concerned. Now they want to have a look at it, the umpires. At the moment they're looking up at the big screen here, having a discussion out there with Hussain as well. One gets the feeling, Ian, that they're going down this call of saying yes, he caught it, but it wasn't totally under control because he had to throw it back in.
That could be the rule, Greggy. You have to have it under control and stay within the rope. He needed to lob it high. There's a man at deep backward square quite close to him. He needs to get this underarm throw up in the air, possibly throw it to his mate, and have the presence of mind. You must control the ball and stay in the field of play is obviously the ruling the umpires have applied, because he can't do it.
And that is the right law. I mean, if there'd have been someone there to take that catch, it would definitely have been out. But there wasn't. He did very well to get it back into the ground. As a result, of course, it wasn't a 6 and it wasn't a 4. Had he taken it with him, that's what it would have been. But that's very unlucky. From England's point of view, that is very unlucky, because what a good grab it was.
Second unconvincing hook shot by Matthew Hayden. This time goes to the man, Simon Jones. He's done a mile of work in the field this morning and just couldn't get that throw elevated enough. Rudy Kurtzen having to explain it to Nasser Hussain that the ruling we are applying must be under control within the field of play.
Yes, it was quite simple. Someone had to be there to take the throw back into the field of play. What Nasser Hussain was saying, it was taken, clean catch. Well, no one's going to argue with that. However, he certainly didn't have it under control because he fell out of the ground, and he knew. There's no doubt that Jones knew. So there he's saying he's got to catch it. Nasser saying he did catch it, but then he went out outside. There we are. Now that's Buckner coming back in. If you throw it back in, somebody else got to catch it.
It was a good effort by Hoggard to bowl the ball, get the top edge straight to where his fieldsman was placed.
Yeah, so I think the umpire's got it spot on right. I'm sure that under the laws of the game now, and we used to have all sorts of problems. You could lean on the fence, you could do all sorts of things. Now, these days, it's got to be under control inside the field of play. Right, so Hoggart again. Well, that's nicely played. Ponting flicking that one away nicely on the onside. Right into the gap. Is anything straight? Australians handle it so well.
There's been some pressure on the umpires already. Rudy Kurtzen from South Africa, 35th Test match. Recently voted the best umpire in the world by the players. He was called upon to adjudicate on that one. Simon Jones and then Steve Bucknor. 73rd Test match, look at that. He's right up there in the top three rated by the players as well.
Yes. The pad. Just a little bit too straight there from Hoggart. Leg by signalled. You've got to keep nagging away just outside that off stump. So the end of the over, it's 1 for 91.
Don't forget to hit your
1 for 91, first morning, Test 1. Simon Jones to Ricky Ponting. Late cut through the gully gap. Players are saving their legs because that hits the rope.
It's just getting back to that catch. We've had a chance now to dive into all the books and get out the actual wordings. The fact of the matter is, you can, if you catch the ball, you can go outside the ground and come back in and take the catch. You can throw it like that, but you've got to come back in and catch it. You can go outside and come back in. As long as you leave the ball inside, in the air, you can then run back in. Or if someone else is in there and takes the catch, of course, it's the equivalent of a juggled catch. So the umpires have got it absolutely spot on right. You've got to have the ball under control within the ground, within the playing area. Having said that, you can go out and then come back in. So he did the right thing here. That would have been out had there been someone else down there to take that catch as he threw it back into the ground.
And it's a safety thing, that rope. The ropes are requested by players because of injuries, sliding in defences. Ricky Ponting did his ankle and missed a tour of New Zealand, I think, and other players have done the same. So that's why the rope is there.
Oh boy, that is a good shot. Ponting looking very good. He's already got 16, and that was a beautiful straight drive. Caddick did well. The ball went whistling in his direction.
Good sign this for Ricky Ponting. The front foot timing is perfect. Opens out the foot, doesn't lock it off or close it off like he can do at times. Gets there a little too early, straight leg, but that time it got there, opened up, a little bit of flex in the knee, and that's why the timing.
Oh, he plays that shot well. They've got a man back there, but it's all the way along the ground, down towards mid-wicket. They look as if they've decided the odd bouncer, and they'll be hoping that it's hit in the air. But Ponting, I think it's fair to say, is probably the best puller of a cricket ball in world cricket. And this is an example. Look how he played that one down. Purposely played it down, aware of the man back on the boundary.
He became aware of the pace of Jones a little late too. That's why the head goes back. But he still had the control in his bat because he wasn't trying to hit it too hard.
There's the attempt there at the slightly shorter one and way outside off stump. And Ponting on that occasion resisting the urge, no doubt, to flash it through the offside. This is the difference between one-day international cricket and test cricket. You've got more time. As a batsman, you can let those wide deliveries go. Giles in there having a chat to, who was that, Trescothick. Stewart the keeper. That's the slip cordon. Six off the over, 1 for 97. One for 97. The Australians, remember, didn't win the toss here. They were put in to bat by England, who won the toss this morning. And this is a good start by the Australians. Flicked away down to fine leg again. Hoggart continuing. 7 overs, no wicket for 29.
Well, Nasser Hussain's reason for bowling today was to give his young fast men their best chance of using anything that's in this pitch against the Australians, so he's looking for the support of them. Jones and Hoggard and Caddick, very good and very willing workers.
Oh, there's that pull shot again. They look as if they're going to have a go at Ponting. They've got 2 men back for him. They come trotting in now as things change around for Hayden. They've had a go at him too and very nearly got him out.
Once again, Ricky Ponting controlling it. Probably not up high enough. If Hoggard can get that higher, he may lose some control, but that man, Michael Vaughan, is about halfway to the boundary. And Ricky Ponting, that'll put him in 2 minds. Will I go hard at it and get it over him, or try and beat him to the rope, or just paddle it around and be content with the single?
Oh, good shot. Very good shot. Straight down the ground. What a great way to bring up the 100. So the Australians, 1 wicket down for 103. That was a lovely straight drive. Boy, he's as strong as an ox.
I talked about the power of Hayden previously. It was Hoggard, some inside edges going for 3. This time gets closer to the middle of the bat, but just comes back like a bullet. Footwork good, timing perfect, snaps onto the ball, and Hoggard's left grasping at nothing.
One has to say that Hayden's looking pretty good. He's on 46 now. So far 6 fours in this innings of his. He opened the batting earlier today with Langer. Langer made 32 and was the more aggressive of the 2 earlier on today.
Marcus Trescothick first slip. Mark Butcher second. 2 good follow-up deliveries from Hoggard. Gone across Hayden. Can't do anything with those. Anything. Any time they've got straight today, they've been scored from.
Will he be game to give him another bouncer? Hayden, we've seen, he got a top edge to a bouncer from Caddick early on in his innings. He was actually caught and then given not out, quite rightly by the umpires, because the fielder didn't have it under control. Will Hoggard have another go at him here? That's well fielded. It's also the end of the over. It's 1 for 103. So Ricky Ponting on 19 and playing well, and Matthew Hayden on 46. Oh, a bit of bounce there. I tell you what, when he bends his back, when he gets it right, it goes through. That was up to 148. So he's starting to nudge that 150 mark. And watch this bounce. That just sows a little seed in the mind of a batsman. It tells him just to be a little bit careful.
It's a good height for the short ball. Short ball so far have only got up about chest high at the highest. Helmet height is a good A good starting point. Craig White, the shoelace being attended to. So he might have a little stint before lunch. Simon Jones has produced 148 k's an hour, 141 in the second delivery.
Righto, now it's Matthew Hayden. He's made 10 half centuries in his career so far. He's made 9 centuries. And he's on the threshold here now of another half century. This will be his 11th if he gets these on 46. Playing here in front of his home crowd, and he has been quoted on numerous occasions as saying that if there's one thing he'd like to do, it would be to take this pitch, wrap it up, put it under his arm and take it with him all over the world. Absolutely loves it.
Well, England got off scot-free in the last Ashes tour.
Oh, there it goes. It's in the air. Oh, he didn't pick it. He didn't pick it down there. And it's not quite got to the boundary either. So once again, Hayden flirting with a little bit of danger. He hasn't had his pull shot under control today.
It's Michael Vaughan down at deep backward square leg. I don't think there's any damage being done. It went much squarer than he is positioned there now. Hayden seeing the ball well. He's playing the shot. He just hasn't found the middle of the bat. So there's still a lot of ground to cover by Michael Vaughan, even if he did pick it up immediately off the bat. Wasn't going to catch it. Thankfully for him.
Get those dark glasses off. Well, that's way down the leg side. As he's just driving for that little bit of extra pace, a little bit of frustration here for Jones. This is his sixth over now. He's got Alex Stewart moving, isn't he?
Don't worry about striving for that extra pace. He got it. It was full. Matthew Hayden was nowhere to be seen. It was a wide half volley outside leg stump, and Hayden didn't want to know it was that quick. It had gone past him, and luckily for Stewart, he had it covered.
Comfortable single, so Hayden retains the strike. It's 1 for 107. One for 107. The captain looks nice and relaxed, doesn't he? He's not in next. Damien Martin up to number 4, followed by Steve Waugh.
Behind him, Adam Gilchrist to the left, Glenn McGrath to the right, and Craig White comes into the attack. Two slips. You can see they've defended a little bit now for Craig White. Two slips, gully, point, cover and mid-off. A regulation offside field for Matthew Hayden. Two men still out, so the possibility of a short ball is still on.
Well, there's the short delivery. No ball called. It's running away down towards the mid-wicket boundary. That's 50 up to Hayden. That's 11 50s in his career now. Listen to the cheer from his home crowd here. Boy, wouldn't they love to see him kick on and make 100.
Gutsy ball by Craig White. Short ball not warmed up on a good wicket. Hayden's able to pull it well clear of square leg, well forward of square leg.
I don't think Craig White is going to be quite quick enough to create too many problems here for Hayden. And the sort of field he's bowling to, right on over the wicket, with literally no one saving one in that period, in that area, all the way around to mid-on. So easy just to pick off singles and twos there. Well, that's what he's done so far.
Power down the ground, that's for sure. Those drives all the way along. Offside and onside, front foot and back foot. And this is where he's been toying with the English. And they've been toying with him, trying to get him to top edge something, but to no avail yet. 6 singles. 7 fours. 9 twos. All types of combinations have been covered by Hayden in a brisk first up series 50 in Brisbane. Around the wicket now by Craig White. So the third ball of his over. He's got a change of plan already.
I tell you what would be quite interesting, Heels, is we saw all those runs Hayden scored on the onside there. It'd be interesting to see which balls he scored off. Where exactly were they? If you were an England bowler, you'd want to know when you looked at that batting chart, did we bowl too straight to Matthew Hayden? Was he taking them from outside off stump? That's the sort of question that'll be going through the minds of these guys when they eventually get back in to the dressing room at the end of the day. Here we go again, away on the onside for another run. Yes, I was saying that White is not quite quick enough to do too much damage here. This is a comparison between the speed of White and the speed of Jones. Jones obviously in the red there, and bear in mind that is a shorter delivery, and those short deliveries tend to slow down a little bit more. So about a metre in it. The ball on to the batsman a metre sooner when Jones is bowling. So that gives you an idea of the pace.
And what that translates into was the hook shot from Ricky Ponting to Simon Jones with his head out of the way, compared to Matthew Hayden smashing Craig White well and truly forward of square leg in a very controlled fashion. So while Craig White keeps his pace at that level, he needs to be fuller and much more defensive.
So I just mentioned a little while ago, we had a look at where all the runs were scored by Hayden. They were on the onside. Now, all those red dots there are where he scored his runs from. So you can see that he's taking the ball actually from outside off stump quite often. They haven't really particularly bowled on leg stump. What's happened is they've got not many fielders on the onside, and those scoring shots by Hayden played away on the onside. It's very interesting to look at that. It's the sort of thing that captains would look at. So again, it might be worthwhile just having a look at his batting chart again, just to show you how many of those runs have been scored on the onside. And you bear in mind what you've just seen there. There it is. Most of the deliveries relatively straight and just outside off stump. The red ones are what he's scored off. And then you look at that, and that shows where all the runs were scored on the onside. So that's quite interesting.
Another no ball by Craig White, so he's still not finished the over.
On the up. They're starting to gather some momentum. It's 1 for 116.
Matthew Hayden's half century during that over was his 76th first class 50.
So 1 for 116, and it looks now as if Australia will be very happy at lunchtime. One has to say that England will be worried about this, and their over rate at the moment is absolutely atrocious. That one beating the infield as well. So for the first time, well, not for the first time, but very few runs on the offside for Matthew Hayden today. That was one. I think probably they've got their length wrong, team, if anything. Just a reminder, we've got the cricket show coming up at lunchtime for all our Australian viewers. And Michael Atherton will feature on that cricket show. It'll be interesting to hear what he's got to say about this England team and about some of these decisions that have been made today.
That's a combination of both. Well, very good running first. Matthew Hayden gets back for two, but that's a combination by Simon Jones of very ordinary line to go with the short length. said their lengths have been too short. When they've been outside off, they've probably been too short enough for Matthew Hayden to get a pull shot onto them. And this one's a combination of both. They bowled probably a little bit short and very straight. And because he scored no runs out in this area, they've probably bowled a little too straight. They can get all those blue dots and the red dots further to the right of the pitch to get a few balls through the keeper and have him scoring in what seems to be his uncomfortable area for today.
See, there's another one. That's too short. Matthew Hayden playing those away on the onside without any problems at all. So just to give you a few shots that he's played today, some lovely straight drives. That one very firmly struck down the ground. There's a lovely pull shot. It's the one he's scored so many runs with over the years. So some good solid shots, not all of them off the meat of the bat, but he's a very powerful young man. And he's made his 11th half-century today.
And I mentioned a little bit before that England got off scot-free with him. Last Ashes series in 2001, he averaged just 33. They haven't seen the best of him. He's now world's #1. He looks like he's going to be well supported by Ricky Ponting today too. He's in tremendous form down the ground.
Well, I want to have a look at the captain of England right now. Won the toss and decided to put the Australians into bat, and he must be beginning to feel, well, you don't want to make or jump to too many conclusions too early on, but it's not looking good. You win the toss, the positive thing to do is to bat first. That's what we thought he should have done. However, he went this way, and 1 for 125 is not a good result. There's one thing that is a stone cold certainty. Some of those newspapers in England, if this doesn't improve for England, boy, they will go after him, because I've got to say they've got behind Nasser Hussain. They really have. They've been writing stories that have basically revolved around England's chances, depending entirely upon their captain here. Not only in terms of his ability to captain the team, obviously make runs as well. And to this point, he's done all the right things. Nasser Hussain, he said the right things. That one through to the wicketkeeper. So Ponting looks up. The bails come off. Only 25 overs bowled in that period leading up to lunch. And Matthew Hayden, a local boy, is still at the crease. He's one of the opening batsmen, and he's there with Ponting, and they're looking really good at the moment. The only man out, Justin Langer, for 32. That over rate down there, pretty ordinary. We'll go into some overtime this evening. And, well, the run rate at the moment, 5 runs per over, and it is 1 for 125.
Two strips of gully for Hayden. Point cover mid-off on the offside. Immediately onto leg stump, he works him down to deep backward square leg. Crawley, just the single. Well, it's a case of discipline here for England. They only picked up the 1 wicket. They've got to make Australia earn every run. Put the pressure back on the batsman as far as the run rate is concerned. With guys like Ponting, who likes to attack. Caddick was loose early on, conceded almost 5 runs per over. Not good enough in the first session after the captain has won the toss and elected to bowl.
There's some misfields. And that was only ground fielding. Nothing actually dropped. Nothing went to hand and put down.
One for 126. Finding with an average of 47.79. 60 test matches for Ricky Ponting. At the other end, because Matthew Hayden, along with Justin Langer, has been the force in the top order for Australia in recent years. He's got a wonderful career average now. Worked his way back into the side. average of 51.19. Only played 34 tests, early days for Matthew Hayden.
It's been going very well. Langer and Hayden came together in the final test match in England a couple of years ago. End of the World Cup season when Australia were touring. And they were an instant success, and done all sorts of ratings and talked to people who played years ago. No one seems in any doubt that this is the best opening pair we've had. I've got one member of a great opening pair sitting alongside me, Bill Laurie, who had Bob Simpson with him. There were others like Thinkleton and Brown, some other very good ones as well, but these two are absolute crackerjacks.
We're averaging 80, the opening pair, Langer and Hayden. Nobody's ever done it before. And that's a tremendous start for any side. Great launching pad for big totals. This man on screen, I thought he bowled well early on. Just straight onto leg stump, swing the ball into the left-hander. He's bowling to 2 slips and a gully. And he's got a lot of work to do this afternoon. Bowl to his field. It's well stacked on the offside. Point, cover mid off. Two off the over, 1 for 127.
That's the over.
Andy Caddick from the members' end. Going to a strong offside field again. 2 slips, gully, point, cover mid off. Immediately onto leg stump. Pushed away by Ponting into the gap at mid wicket. When you're bowling 127 Ks, you've certainly got to get your length and line right. Caddick just too straight. Ponting quick on his feet, worked that beautifully.
Nice little roll of the wrist there. Ponting plays that very well. Always in control of the shot. For most of the time, you think the ball's going to be hit straight down the ground. And then Ponting just rolls his wrists on it. He's a wonderful wristy player. Haven't seen him playing many cuts today. A couple of hook shots, pull shots.
Controlled shots from Ricky Ponting. They haven't been too short, England. They've just been too much on leg stump.
Well, that's a good indication of where the ball has been bowled. Although both these batsmen, Hayden and Ponting, left hand and right hand, do pick the ball from sometimes from middle and off and crash it away on the onside. They don't just worry about the ball that's pitched in line with leg stump.
That's the line. Likes to lunge forward, Ricky Ponting. Gets that front foot well forward. Comes hard at the ball sometimes early on, but he looks quite settled today. Picked it up early. Waist high through to Stewart.
When play began this morning, there was more of a greenish tinge about the surface of this pitch. Ian Healy at the pitch report was chatting with Tony Gregg, and they both said that it was a very hard pitch, very solid. Looks to me like a block of concrete with a bit of dash of green paint on top.
One for 129. Hayden on strike. Matthew Hoggard is bowling over the wicket to the left-handers this morning. Swung the ball from off to leg quite sharply. Ball was swinging consistently from a good length. This was this morning, early on with the new ball. And his line was pretty good, just once or twice getting down the leg side. See the ball swing into the left-hander. Troubled Lang on one or two occasions with the late swing. In the air and safe. Beautifully played, lifted up over cover, intended stroke. He's so powerful, Matthew Hayden. He's a brute of a man, really standing off the front of back foot with tremendous power. Hit that on the up, didn't quite get it.
Feeling for a moment that that was a slightly slower delivery. In this case, Hoggard has every right to feel a bit aggrieved. Just looked as though Hayden tried to check his stroke. That might have produced a slight miscue.
Oh, that's beautifully fielded by Giles. Well done. And they give away a run with a bit of fieldish fielding. Brilliant piece of work and some sloppy stuff.
Well, it's one of those things where you do the little flick and then look up and realise there's no one there. Oh dear.
I'm not sure what manual that one's in. He's been good in the field. See Giles. Two great saves. Backward a point. I felt it.
We were talking a little earlier about Matthew Hoggard. The fact that he swung the ball, there's a good example of that. Just keep your eye on the seam of the ball. The seam is perfectly positioned on the way down. Yeah, close to perfect, and it has swung. That's what you have to do. You have to keep the seam unscrambled all the way down. It's a good example of it.
K's. He's quite sharp. Since the lunch, we haven't seen any swing. A bit of bounce. Look, I'll show that ball's coming straight on. Good bounce through to the keeper, so it's a good batting pitch and still a good pitch to bowl on. But you must have control of line and length. .32 for one. Excellent crowd at the Gabba for the first day's play. Batsmen to come. New walk lineup for Australia. Darren Lehman at 6, Gilchrist at 7. Test matches for Mark Waugh. 8,000 runs at 41, 181 catches. Dropped, but not forgotten. Will we see spin, Richie?
I think the ball turn. Every time we've watched Shane Warne bowl here, he's turned the ball. Saklan Mushtaq, others like that. It's a matter of degrees. Warne will spin it more than anyone. Now, Ashley Giles is not a great spinner of the ball, and he won't have bowled on too many tracks as good as this one.
Oh, beautifully played. Quick on his feet, Matthew Hayden. Beautifully into position. And run 3. Excellent running between the wickets. Excellent cricket by the Australians.
Almost gave it the charge.
There's a lot of Graham Pollock about this man. He's such a good dispatch of half bowler, or one that's a fraction short on both the off and on sides. Giles, at least he'll change the tempo of the game. Left-arm orthodox spinner. Only played 19 test matches. Will be tested here, but you get the feeling that Hayden and Ponting are just playing themselves in after the luncheon break. Aware this is a great batting track. That's going to beat mid-on. That field's quick. And he knocks it for 4. Wow, it's not happening for England.
Oh, careful.
And he's in trouble.
Oh,
it's Jones
dear.
too.
Was it that his knee fell on the ball? But it looks worse than that. That would be a jar. And he took so much earth as he was sliding. He's taken a lot of earth, and that could easily have been when he twisted his knee, if that's what's happened. Taking a great hunk out of it. Oh dear, I don't like the look of that.
Siffy Spriggs got caught. Oh dear, oh dear. It's something that the captain doesn't want to see. Oh, the right knee. Goes for 4, but he's in a lot of trouble. And England's in trouble as well at 139 for 1. He's been the wicket taker so far.
It's a terrible thing to happen to a young cricketer playing in his first match out here.
Just one ball remaining this over from Andy Caddick. That's a sickener, really. First day of a test series. Young player on his first tour. Picks up a wicket, that of Justin Langer. Carried off on a stretcher. It's 139 for 1. England won the toss, selected to bowl at the Gabba. Great start by the Australians, 139 for 1 after 29. What will Nasser Hussain do? He's down a bowler, one of his main strike bowlers, Craig White, who's just medium pace. He'll have to go to Giles. Change the tempo of the game.
They've got to keep their heads up. England know precisely what faces them now. They knew before that they had 4 pace bowlers and 1 spinner. It was as close as you could get to what they actually wanted. And now they've got 3 pace bowlers and 1 spinner. They've all got to do another 20% work.
No! It's a good line. Okay, it's been quite impressive. He's strong. A good start to his Test career for England. Going for it. It's 4. Good pull shot. 2 men out, but this time Hayden in complete control.
It was a good shot. The thing that always surprises me these days is that the fielding side give the bowler a lot of applause, even when the ball's come off the middle of the bat and goes like a rocket.
It's a better one, but higher. Alex Stewart, Nasser Hussain will have to lift the field here. They're 1 down. So the experienced players have to come to the fore. Do something special. Gee up the younger players. Remain professional.
That's the over.
43 for 1. Caddick. Good line, good length. Ponting on the back foot. Coming into short mid-wicket in the catching position for Ponting. Ricky Ponting, 27 years of age, just coming to his peak as a batsman, plenty of experience. Against England he's averaging 38, his career average is 47. Past the short mid-wicket, just a single. Ponting in good touch, 32 off 61, taking his time here. Against all countries. Very good against Pakistan and New Zealand. Early days for Ricky Ponting too, 27 years of age, a brilliant field. Almost 4,000 test runs.
Only time Hayden has shown any fallibility with that stroke is when the England bowlers have managed to get it up around about neck or head high, top of the head, neck just anywhere in there, about a foot in length.
It's over bowled, 144 for 1. Number 2 continue. Sunny conditions, around about 22 degrees at the moment. Good hard pitch and quite dry for the first day. We expect that Warner got a lot of turn here on the 4th and 5th days. His favourite ground for his leg spinners. The run rate is excellent, 4.64. Unfortunately, Simon Jones is off to hospital with knee problems, and we look here. Foot really goes into the turf or the knee, and he's in enormous pain. And you don't see that very often in a cricket match. A young fit athlete pounding the ground in pain. A lot of responsibility now for this young man on screen. He's a workhorse, he's very strong. He's bowling good line length. Medial ligament problem for Jones. He'll probably get x-rayed, going for a scan. Hopefully he'll be okay. Big responsibility now for the skipper here from England to gee up the younger guys. Keen to get his field placings right. Could be time for spin now for England. 1 for 145, they need wickets. There's the man on screen, the left arm orthodox spinner, Giles. Tallish lad. In the air but safe. Over cover goes Hayden. Almost run 4 here. Happy with 3. Robert Key, the 12th man doing the fielding. So powerful is Matthew Hayden. Full confidence. Goes over the top.
It was a spectacular leap, but hit with great power by Matthew Hayden. Pretty much off the middle of the bat. He and Ponting, for the most part, are batting outside their crease.
That's the over.
4 off the over, it's 148 for 1. For 1 as Mark Taylor and Ian Chappell take up the commentary, and Giles is coming into the attack on members end.
Thanks, Bill. And it's been a disastrous first day so far for England. 1 for 148 after sending Australia into bat. Now they've lost their wicket taker. Simon Jones off the field. Ashley Giles, the left arm orthodox spinner, coming into the attack. Ashley Giles is probably regarded more of it as a defensive spinner, and I would think that that's exactly what they're going to use him in, that sort of role here at the moment.
Yes, well, Nasser Hussain's probably almost forced to bring Ashley Giles on at the moment because of the injury to Simon Jones. I'm just a little surprised he didn't try maybe even straight up after lunch with Hayden and Ricky Ponting. Both good players with spin once they get in, but particularly Ricky Ponting can tend to go hard at the spinner early in his innings. He's now had the best part of half an hour since lunch to find his feet, get into some sort of rhythm out there in the middle, and much more comfortable now facing the spinner than he would have been straight up after lunch.
That's the test record of Ashley Giles, 19 matches, and the thing to look at there is the strike rate, 95. That tells you that he's more of a defensive bowler than an attacking bowler. Just as a comparison, obviously we would look at Shane Warne as a very attacking spin bowler. Shane Warne is probably around about the 60 mark with his strike rate. 60.98 for Shane Warne. Big shout. That was well worth a shout.
Well, it's a shot that Matthew Hayden loves to play against anyone spinning into his body. I think on this occasion he gets the ball, he gets the pad well outside the line of off stump. As that ball's hitting him, a good 10 or 15 centimetres outside the line of off stump. It's a pretty fair decision from Steve Buckner.
Much more circumspect on that occasion, Matthew Hayden, after having missed that attempted sweep. Perhaps a little too full for that shot. Hawkeye says that the ball would have gone on and hit the stumps, but the umpire was quite correct in making the decision because the ball hit Matthew Hayden outside the line of off stump.
Matthew Hayden doing the right thing though. He gets the front pad out there a long way. Tries to smother the spin. It also means if he does miss it, as was the case on that occasion, the ball hits him outside the line of off stump. The law, the LBW law, suggests that it's got to be hit in line with the stumps and then the ball going on to hit the stumps to be given that LBW. So the correct decision made by Steve Buckner.
It's the end of Giles' first over. It's 1 for 149. Got it. One for 149 Australia. Matthew Hoggard, who's going to have plenty of work to do. That's a great shot from Hayden. Brings up to 150 and timed just well enough to get to the rope.
I'm not really sure where Matthew Hoggard is supposed to be bowling at the moment. Unusual field, just the two slips and three men saving one. That's about the line he's got to bowl, but he really hasn't got the protection on the offside to bowl that line. So I'm not really sure where Nasser Hussain wants him to bowl. There's four men on the onside as well. Two men out on the hook. So I suppose his captain wants him to bowl more at the stumps because anything outside off stump, there's a big gap at point, and Matthew Hayden loves scoring from that area.
I think the worst thing that Matthew Hoggard could do with Matthew Hayden is come around the wicket. I reckon he's playing right into to Matthew Hayden's strength by coming around the wicket. Matthew Hayden likes the ball coming straight at him. I I think if you're going to bowl to Matthew Hayden, you want to be bowling a little outside off stump rather than bowling as Hoggard is doing in coming around the wicket, right at the stumps and at his pads. I think you're more likely to get him caught from a delivery angling across and a bit wide of off stump. He doesn't nick too many when you bowl straight at the stumps.
Yes, I'm just, as I said, just making that point about the offside field there. There's only 3 men there, saving 1. There's a lot of room down in that area and also through there. No. So a very small margin of error for Matthew Hoggard to bowl to Matthew Hayden, assuming that he's been told to probably bowl a lot straighter. There's a man at short mid-wicket, maybe for a sky drive. There's also 2 men on the hook, so he really has to bowl stump to stump here. There's that catching man that I'm talking about. He's in there for maybe an inside edge drive, and there's 2 men out on the hook. So he has to be very accurate here, Matthew Hoggard. Anything wide of off stump, will go for 4.
The other thing that appears to me in coming around the wicket, that he's negating his greatest asset, which is his ability to bowl just wide of off stump to the left-hander and then get the ball swinging back in. And that's where you can create a little bit of uncertainty in the batsman's mind, and that's when you might get Matthew Hayden nicking. But coming around the wicket really just, to me, I think it defies logic in bowling to Matthew Hayden. It's 1 for 153. Australia 1 for 153 after having been sent in by Nasser Hussain. Ashley Giles has just bowled the 1 over. Had a big appeal for LBW. Not sure that England haven't had enough bad news already today with Simon Jones off the field injured. But we might have some more bad news for them in Ashley Giles' big appeal with Matthew Hayden. Ball hitting Hayden outside the line of off stump. That's why he was given not out correctly by umpire Bucknor. But what Hawkeye shows us is that the ball then turned enough to actually hit the stumps. And Hawkeye tells us it's pitched about 18 centimetres outside off stump. That's on the first day, so there's a little bit of turn there for a guy who's not known to be a big turner of the ball. Australia will be bowling 4th. Shane Warne might be very happy.
He has a very good record here, Shane Warne, as well, so he might be rubbing his hands at the moment. Won't be required to bat. Well, it doesn't look like he's going to be required to bat today. He'll be keeping note of what Hawkeye is telling us about the amount of turn out there.
Dive, dive, dive!
And screams of dive, dive. They've already had one very serious looking injury from a dive. It's a dangerous ploy unless you really know what you're doing with that slide. Robert Key is the 12th man who's come out to replace Simon Jones. There were screams of dive, dive. I think it was coming from Alex Stewart.
Dive, dive, dive!
Definitely Alex Stewart. Well, that's well hit. Just short of the rope. It's 1 for 157. Matthew Hayden sailing along serenely at the moment. 10 fours in his 84. That's a good part of the reason for that run rate being up there at 4.51. Once again, Australia establishing a very good platform. Craig White now comes into the attack to replace Matthew Hoggard. Hoggard 13 overs for 52. I don't think those figures are a true reflection of the way Hoggard's bowled. I think he's been probably the best of the England bowlers. But just a couple of times, I'm not sure that he's been used properly.
Craig White's on now. He has a huge job now that Simon Jones is off the field. It's a very defensive field to bowl to as well. There's only 2 men on the onside, saving 1. No one at fine leg for Ricky Ponting. He has 7 on the off. There's 4 men saving 1, a slip, a deep point and a deep third man. So his line will be, well, should be, at least a foot outside off stump and give away no boundaries. That's not the sort of field you want to be setting an hour into the second session after you send a side in.
This is the delivery from Craig White. Probably not what he wants at the moment. That was the first delivery, and the ball did get on to Ricky Ponting's pads. He hasn't got much protection there on the onside. Adjusted his line with the second delivery. Now once again the right arm bowler is coming around the wicket to Matthew Hayden. Craig White on this occasion.
Nasser Hussain, the England captain, is standing about with the batsmen to get his field right, because at the moment he has, no, he's moving himself on the onside as I speak, so he has 7 men on the offside. So a very similar field to what was set to Ricky Ponting for the first 2 balls of this over. Deep third man, 5 men saving 1 in the offside.
Yep. Hayden manages to get it onto the onside. What do they do in a boxing match? The second usually throws the white towel into the ring, doesn't he, Mark?
No ball called on this occasion. Just a no ball. Very tough for Craig White to bowl this field. The line's one thing, the length is the other thing. Matthew Hayden, very good puller of the ball. And look for anything slightly short.
No. The trouble with going on the ultra defensive at this stage is you tell your opposition a lot of things, and not many of them are good. Bit of movement there to encourage Craig White, movement away from Matthew Hayden.
He's obviously looking to dry the runs up, Craig White, but also maybe looking for a false shot from Matthew Hayden. He's trying to coax him into a drive to a delivery like that. He's got a sort of a deepish cover point or a thick outside edge.
Difficult thing for Nasser Hussain is, having lost one of his real attacking weapons in Simon Jones, somehow or other he's got to hit that balance of slowing the run rate. There's absolutely no doubt that he's got to do that, and he's trying to do that, but in doing that you've also got to let the opposition know that you're trying to get them out still, and I'm not sure he's doing that at the moment. It's 1 for 162.
Yeah, over.
Ashley Giles to continue now at the Vulture Street end. Ricky Ponting is looking in very confident form. One thing that is interesting, Ashley Giles is bowling from the Vulture Street end. That's normally the end that the quick bowlers prefer. Certainly before the ground was renovated, it was slightly downhill.
Yes, well
Bowler coming from the
bowled.
Stanley Street end always felt as though he was coming uphill.
That's a good point, Chappelli. That was always the way. That the end you're looking at there now is the Vulture Street end that Ashley Giles is bowling from. There was always a feeling that that was downhill, and from the other end of the ground there was quite an incline up to the pitch area.
Oh, yes.
But these days it's not as bad, so maybe they're going more on the breeze. I'm just trying to see if I can find a flag out there to
Furious, pal.
have a look to see which way the breeze is blowing. You'd expect that the breeze will be blowing into the face of Ashley Giles, and maybe from his left as he comes in towards the batsman. That way he'll be able to drift the ball in towards the right-hander.
I remember talking to quite a few of the quickies who bowled a lot here. Ray Lindwall, Wes Hall in the early days, Craig McDermott. They all said the same thing. They didn't really care which way the wind was coming. They always wanted to bowl from the Vulture Street end. Ground is obviously much changed with the big stands around now.
Get it, I'll have.
1 for 162. Well, it's party time here at the Gabba. It's an excellent crowd for the first day, and plenty of the spectators. It's well run by Matthew Hayden. Plenty of the spectators have decided to dress up and really come along in a festive mood and enjoy themselves.
Watch Matthew Hayden so far. 87 he's now on to. Good single that last one too. He was just getting bogged down the last over or so. It's always a temptation to try and hit every ball for 4 when you're getting good form. You see, well, not a part-time bowler on, but an all-rounder on. It's always a temptation to try and grab him by the scruff of the throat and build him out of the attack. But Australia have an excellent platform here at 1 for 163. They play it right from here on in, just work the odd single, pick up the occasional boundary. Day one will be a very good one for them. Run rate there still very good, 4.36. It's excellent for a test match.
Craig White is getting some movement off the seam. There's a little spot just outside off stump when you're bowling from the Stanley Street end, as Craig White is at the moment. There's just a little crack there. Hasn't obviously opened up much at this point, but I think it's a spot that's going to be pretty good for bowlers like Glenn McGrath later in the game. At the moment, it's purely working on the patience of the batsman. This tactic.
I suppose from English point of view it's a tactic worth trying. I mentioned the run rate 4.32. Australia have dominated since losing the toss, attacked right from the first ball. England have had no way of stopping the run flow so far.
England had plenty of toil in the match at the Allan Border Field when they played against Queensland. This will give us an indication of how much movement that Craig White is getting off the seam. last delivery moved back quite a bit off the seam. It's 1 for 163. Langer out for 32, caught Stewart bowled Jones. Simon Jones injuring himself, looked to be pretty bad. He's off the field at the moment. Hayden is on 87, Ponting 35.
There's 3 men in the deep on the onside to Matthew Hayden. Matthew Hayden has already shown that won't stop him from going over the top. Seen him in previous innings, particularly in the subcontinent, still take on the bowler. Definitely had that in mind when he played that last shot, but ended up almost yorking himself. But he'll still back himself to hit the ball over the boundary against the left arm spinner.
Yes, and again, excellent pal.
Ashley Giles is throwing the ball up on most occasions. He's pushed 1 or 2 through, but he's not frightened to toss it up. Perhaps just a touch too full on that occasion. But Hayden wasn't coming at him. That is the quicker one, and it'll cost him 4.
That's the 100 partnership up between the two. And that was an excellent shot. Matthew Hayden mentioned how he's looking to get down the track and maybe blast Ashley Giles back over his head. On this occasion, just uses the pace nicely. That one was at 96 kilometres an hour. The rest of the over's been around about 70, 75. Just uses the pace nicely. Pick up a 4. Move into the nervous 90s as well. 91 now to Hayden.
Yes, well done again.
Interesting to keep a note on the flight and the pace used by Ashley Giles. Here's the normal delivery, the one on the top, just coming into bounce about now, and the quicker one pushed through around about 96 kilometres an hour. That one was at 94. 1 for 168.
First wicket fell at 67. This pair have added 101, and they've done it pretty comfortably. Australia 1 for 168 as drinks are called onto the field.
Liam Chappell and Mark Taylor have left the commentary box. It's Ian Healy and Richie Benno with you now. Matthew Hayden's on strike, 92 not out. And a defensive field by England. Craig White's in his 4th over now. None for 14. His last 2 have just gone for 5, so he's starting to tighten it up with ball and with the field placings. A little bit of reverse swing in evidence. Again away from the left-handed Hayden, but too short. And from well outside off stump, he's played a pull shot down the ground. Really starting to find the middle of the bat. Off cutter away from the left-hander, but just flat batted to mid-on.
This is what Craig White has to do. He's a good reverse swinger. Probably, well, no, one of the best in the England camp, or just outside the camp. The other one is Simon Jones. Very good reverse swing with the ball. Those of you who have just joined us, Simon Jones, I'm afraid, has had to be taken to hospital for a scan on his right knee. The fear is that it's damage to ligaments. shot. We've been talking about the fact that he's taken the ball away from Hayden in the air with a bit of a reverse swing, and he smashed him straight down the ground with a glorious stroke.
Same area of the ground as we saw him flat bat a back foot shot. Well, this time he covers it with a forward step, uses the angle from around the wicket and responds beautifully straight of mid-on.
Slower ball there from Craig White. It's the 40th over, so it's roundabout now that reverse swing can come into play if the bowler's good enough to use it. All the ordinary swing has gone from the ball now.
That sort of angle will work from around the wicket. I'm not sure around the wicket into Matthew Hayden's body is the right angle. He's a left-hander who does love to hit down the ground. And if you are pitching that way, he loves responding to it in that way as well, rather than going across him. That's a better line. If you're going to be around the wicket, cut the angle out, stay wide. It's 1 for 172.
One for 172, Ashley Giles around the wicket to the right-hander Ponting.
Giles has started well. 4 overs, none for 11. He seems to he's enjoying the bounce he's getting. Not a lot of spin, but he's been going quite well to both the right-hander and the left-hander. And he's got such an important role to play here. Now that they're one quick down, they can rotate 3 from one end if he's doing his job at the other. Matthew Hayden, 96. 122 deliveries.
Well, it was the come-on sucker ball. For one moment, Matthew Hayden looked as though he was going to smash it straight down the ground, over the rope, over the fence and into Vulture Street. And just changed his mind.
Looked like a big balloon early from here too. It dropped on him well enough just to keep it to 1.
Catch it.
That's a miscue from Ricky Ponting. Both players beaten in the flight in successive deliveries. Hayden, who was going to try to hit the one straight down the ground, then changed his mind to the slower ball. Now Ponting short of this, just got it away over the infield.
Good fielding by Craig White. They haven't had enough of that today. All the good shots Australia have hit the rope. Now there's some desperation, some field placings that are cutting some, or the easy flow of runs down.
And it's 1 for 177.
Ponting now. There's a third man at the bottom of the screen. One slip, gully, moving around to the right point, cover, short cover, mid off. Just 2 men on the leg side.
I like that. The outfield's not as fast as it will be later in the year. There's a lot of sand there from top dressing, but it's got a good surface of grass on it.
7 fielders on the offside. Ponting finds the gap. Craig White bowling the line his captain demands, but not the length. It's too full. It allows a pretty easy square drive by Ricky Ponting in an area that is one of his favourites. Slices it away once again to the rope. That was a better length. We'll see that ball again. It was more on the up. He didn't get the timing or the control over that than he did the one before. Still too full, but not as bad as the one before. Bad bounce there, now bad misfield. That allows Ponting, who's waiting. Yes, I can get a single. (7-2) for Hayden too. 7 on the off, 2 on the leg. Slow ball to Hayden on 97. He has been going hard at most deliveries today, so it's not a bad move by Craig White. The only thing was Hayden was up to it. He took a little bit of pace, didn't hit it as hard as he could have. Found Hoggard loafing on his heels and was able to get himself to 98.
Some anxious moments for Matthew Hayden. He's on 98 at the moment. And for Mrs. Hayden as well.
It's Kelly Hayden just turning around, looking to her left. Hi, Kel. John Buchanan's daughter on her right. Ricky Ponting finds the gap. That's been left. It slipped through the defensive tactics of the England side. He beats third man. He beats the lot. He goes to 44. It's 1 for 187. For 187. Well, is there any superstition on 87? We'll find out. 187. But it's Hayden. Giles bowling to him. 3 men in front of him on the offside. Regulation field on the leg. 2 men out at mid-wicket. It's a full toss. Both hands upstretched. He's found the gap. Wide of mid-off. Straight of cover. And Hayden goes off.
Middle of that trio, and a wonderful ovation.
It's Mrs. Langer on her left too, so the wives of a little opening partnership up in the stands. They have applauded many 100 from their men. 102 runs from 125 deliveries. You'd be happy with that in a one-dayer.
Get it!
Take block again. That'll be Steve Waugh's instructions. We might see 1 or 2 excited strokes now, or we might see Hayden play himself back in again.
Get it, that's it, it's good, mate. What's your name, Ash?
That's not good news for the fielding side if they see that happen.
It's something I've said in the last couple of years, Richie, because this Australian side are batting at such a rate, probably not scoring as many 200s as they should. It's only 42 and a half overs. If Matthew Hayden bats here for a day, which is the old cliche, if you keep them out there for the full day, and if a batsman bats the day, should be a fairly sizable 100. Well, he's a chance of being well and truly over 200.
Get it!
It wasn't a fully controlled innings by Hayden today. He flirted with the hook shot, the pull shot. He's wanted to play his shots all the time. He hasn't been totally convincing at times.
Oh, yeah, where is it?
But certainly hit all the half volleys where they were supposed to go. It's 1 for 191.
Great excitement here. One of Queensland's favourite sons has made 100. His 10th Test match 100. 9 of them in the first innings. New ball, start of the match, perhaps. He smashed that full toss away through the covers to bring up that 10th Test century. It's his 6th in Australia. And the 4th he's made in the year 2002. That is a great performance. 2nd at the Gabba and the 1st against England.
Lean beginnings. He scored that 200, and since then there's many more black bar graphs and red ones, 50s and 100s. 57 innings. After those lean starting years, he's got his average up to 52. ...2002. He's been Australia's best player. He's the world's best now, the best performing batsman in the world. 2002, 8 matches, 783 runs in just 12 innings and averaging 65. And that's what's allowed him to get his career average up to 52.
Relaxing back in your living rooms. I'm wondering if anyone's done all this before. We'll concern ourselves with Australians for the moment. And the answer is yes. It has been done before, but only by one man. Don Bradman was the only one to have done that. And to have scored centuries in the first innings, ratio, Bradman 2.63 innings and Hayden 3.77. And then Bill Ponsford, Neil Harvey, Greg Chappell and Lindsay Hassett. So Matthew Hayden next to Bradman in that particular aspect of statistics.
.44 overs gone, 1 for 192.
1 for 192, 44 overs gone. It's Ashley Giles. It's going back to that scoring of Test centuries in the first innings. It's a sweet stroke. 50 for Ricky Ponting, but what a beautifully hit shot. It was just a little wander down the pitch and a lovely smooth push.
Watch this ball find the middle of the bat. It looks so easy, just on there, right low middle of the bat. Shortest boundary in the ground, but by no means tiny. 6. He goes to 55. Thank you.
And he's got a little bonus. Steve Buckner has signal 6. 2 on the trot. Different style stroke that one. He hit it lower and flatter. No more effort in it. It's still a smooth little nudge.
Little skip step down the wicket again, low, centre of the bat. Flat 6 this time. And this has been a policy they've employed against left-arm orthodox spinners in the last 2 years. Phil Tufnell in England, Dan Vettori last year. Attack. He's now into the 60s.
This came back to Matthew Hayden and the ratio of Test centuries made in the first innings in relation to all the innings. We're only talking about Australians there, so you had Brabham on top and Matthew Hayden second. But in the world, Hayden's up there as well. Brabham on top, Graham Pollock from South Africa, Everton Weekes from the West Indies, great names. George Headley from the West Indies, and Matthew Hayden.
Come on, come on, come on!
Well, Ashley Giles gone from 4 overs, none for 11, as I said. Enjoying the bounce that the pitch is offering to almost 7 overs, none for 34. He's gone 6-6 dot ball, a little tickle around the leg side. These fellas are now in such good form they can take deliveries from the stumps and work them anywhere.
Yes, well bowled, Ash. Good mixing, pal.
206 for 1.
One for 206, Matthew Hayden 102. Ricky Ponting has blasted through the 50 mark. It is up to 63 now.
Justin Langer missed the picnic. Talking to Shane Warne. Darren Lehman, the new boy, in the background. How relaxed he? Still bare feet, no whites on. Damien Martin, Steve Waugh before him, so he thinks he's got some time. New bowling change. Andy Caddick coming on, discussions with the captain Nasser Hussain. Now they're halfway through the day. 45 overs are gone, and they're 25 minutes further advanced than halfway through the day. So they're 25 minutes behind schedule, which means the pressure will be on Hussain to keep Ashley Giles bowling. Possibly Michael Vaughan will come on and bowl some part-time offies, but that's the pressure they're getting themselves under. They're the heights and lines that they bowled to Hayden. To me, it all looks a little bit too high. And he's been able to work a lot of these deliveries that way instead of leaving them go through to the keeper. Too many red balls there. You can see very dominant on the leg side today. Not much scoring onto the offside through the covers.
Well, it's difficult. He's making more difficult. Matthew Hogarth. Made that into one of the more extraordinarily difficult attempts I've ever seen.
He was slow to pick up. He's almost surprised that Hayden had played such a false shot. It took him a long time to move. And then when you're behind the 8 ball and you've got a swirling stadium, look out. Haddock's second ball back into the attack. Hayden could be gone. New batsman in, but nothing.
Worse still, they ran 2.
Well, it went high, but he looked surprised to me. You'll see from that same replay, it took a long time to move. It was a good ball, That's the false shot they've been looking for, but maybe an hour or two ago. Hoggard's probably just starting to move now, and now he's going to get caught short. He's turning, he's running backwards, now he's running forwards, he's tripped, he's hit the sand, and he's all over the place and still has to take it behind him. Would have been a fantastic catch, a classic catch in the end, after all that, if he had taken it. How slow he was. A nice friendly stick given to Matthew Hoggard from the crowd, who are right into this contest, and I guess they're a bit excited. Alan Border's about to walk in at tea time after walking over 1,000 kilometres from Sydney. They're pretty pumped, the crowd. England flags are all around the district, all staying around here at Gabba. You can see them in the guest houses and motels. They're here for a good time.
One for 208. Still to come, that's the daunting thing. Damien Martin, Steve Ward, Aaron Lehman, Adam Gilchrist and Shane Warne, Andy Bickle, Jason Gillespie and Glenn McGrath. One for 208, only 46 overs gone so far, so it's 4 and a bit and over. Very good track, and for those who have just joined us, Nasser Hussain put Australia into bat.
He wanted to give his bowlers the best chance against this Australian batting lineup. Used the early moisture that he was expecting to be in the pitch.
Get out of it!
And it hasn't to be. Caddick, Hoggard have both bowled 13 overs, both into the 50s. Jones 7 overs, maybe the last 7 overs of this test match for him. White 6 overs, number 29, and Giles, his 7.2 overs, gone for 35, and he's going to have a lot of bowling to do.
Yes, Ash, I'll have. Get it.
You always have goals when you're out there batting. You want to get to 10, 20, 50, then 100, and then you might set yourself to bat all day.
Get it.
And I think that's what we might be seeing now, that Hayden's been given a chance by Hoggard dropping that catch. That he might decide that he's got to get his head down. Not easy in the excitement. It's 1 for 209. 47 overs gone, 1 for 209. Hayden's 104, Ponting 64. And Andy Caddick, who had Hayden dropped off him last over, by that man, Matthew Hoggard. Tony Gregg's in the comm box now, and with him is Ian Chappell.
Thanks very much, Richie. Yeah, this is the one. He turned himself inside out here, I'm afraid. Went around in one circle, and it's not easy to keep your eye on the ball when you start doing things like that. He was never, ever in control of his legs. You can see all over the place, and eventually Hoggard got just a little nick on that one, and that was about it. And I'm afraid to say that that really does sum up the way things have gone here for England. It was in the air for a long time. He probably thought it was going to go a little bit further than it did. And this is it, little nick of the fingers there and straight into the turf. A lovely lush green turf here at the Gabba.
It was almost no drop catch, only just got a finger on it. But once he started circling and the legs got a bit wobbly there as he was circling.
Oh, he's just short, just for a second. I thought that was going to carry, but it was just short of Trescothick there and just to his right. Let's have another look at it.
Good solid edge from Ricky Ponting off the back foot. Marcus Trescothick there at first slip going sideways. I'm not even sure that if he had come forward that he would have caught it, but he was certainly going sideways rather than forward.
Oh, there's a pull shot, a lovely pull shot too from Ponting. Well, I think he plays that shot better than anyone in world cricket. Absolutely immaculately played, straight to the boundary in front of square.
And did it with ease. It was just a little jab. Just concentrated on the timing. And he really is racing along. 6 4s and 2 6s now for Ricky Ponting. This is a continuation of some of the form he showed in the last series where he really attacked Pakistan.
Yes, that's a better delivery. Yes, one down for 213 the score now, and just a reminder that England won the toss earlier today. We've heard a lot about Nasser Hussain and his captaincy, and I'm sure he's done a pretty good job, but I've got to say that he'll be looking up at that scoreboard and regretting very much the fact that he chose today to put the Australians into bat. It's the end of the over. It's 1 for 213. One for 213, 48 overs gone, slow over rate on the part of England here. Hayden and Ponting together. Giles is going to continue with his left arm orthodox spinners. He's bowling to Hayden. Last over Ponting took him straight down the ground for a couple of sixes. Last over we plotted exactly what Giles did. These are the deliveries he bowled. And you can see from that nothing really goes much over the top of the stumps there. A little bit of variation in terms of length. That was his full over. The line was a little bit all over the place.
Yes, I like it, Ash. Good mixing, pal. Well done, gents.
Appears to me he is flighting the ball, but it doesn't appear to be getting any drop on the ball. That was what allowed Ricky Ponting to loft him so safely. So the good spin bowlers, the ones who can drop the ball on you, that makes lofting the ball into the outfield quite difficult. Ball's likely to hit a bit higher on the bat.
It's well fielded.
So the higher on the bat that the ball hits, obviously less power, and the higher the ball will go in the air, giving the outfielder more time to get around and take the catch.
Oh, knocks out!
It's a long way down. He doesn't mind playing that sweep shot. And when he really gets it going, it whistles away square. Just let's have a look where it hits him here. Look at his leg coming a long way down there, hitting him way outside the line of off stump. Safe as anything.
Oh!
Another maiden. It's 1 for 213. Ponting 68, Matty Hayden 104. A little gathering there of the Brains Trust. Stewart having a bit of a say with Caddick. Hussain is involved there as well, walking back with his bowler.
Only bloke who wasn't there is the vice captain, Marcus Trescothick. Didn't have any say in that.
It may be that Stewart just had a bit of an idea for this over. A little chat to Caddick. How much of a surprise was it for you this morning when you were out there with the captains and the coin came down in favour of England and they put them in?
That was the little gathering a moment ago. Alex Stewart doing most of the talking there. Yeah, I must say I got the feeling that the decision was made for the wrong reasons. You know, Nasser Hussain said that it was to give his young attack the best opportunity to perform, with the conditions helping them a little bit. But you had the sneaking suspicion that he didn't want his batsmen to be facing the Australian quickies first up. And I mean, you can always rationalise it in your own mind. We've probably all done it as a captain. You think, oh, this is the best way to go. But at some stage you've got to actually look in the mirror and say to yourself, well, maybe I made that decision for the wrong reasons. And I got the feeling at the time that it could have been for the wrong reasons.
Yes, I was just in search of a little bit of a positive attitude, and I think that's the thing that disappointed me more than anything. I really would like to have seen them win it and say, right, we'll bat. We'll take them on. We'll bat first, but it wasn't to be. And that's steered down to the third man boundary. There's no one down there. And the way he played that one, Ponting, seemed to me that he was very conscious that there was no one down there, and he placed it perfectly.
Yes, there was no attempt to hit the ball hard. It was just really take the bowler's pace and use it to get a nice easy boundary. Takes the partnership along to 150. Well, I think if Nasser Hussain had known the feelings of one of the opposition players, he perhaps would have made a different decision at the toss. Shane Warne was definitely hoping that Australia would bowl last, so he was delighted when he well, he would have been delighted, having spoken to him before the toss. He would have been delighted that England went the way they did. I think when you please one of the opposition champions, you probably know that you've made the wrong decision.
Yeah, well, I had a chat to the groundsman out there as well, and he said that Alex Stewart asked him, and the groundsman said to him, definitely bat. And so they got the message from the groundsman. So the groundsman obviously confronted with a relatively young wicket here. This pitch has only been down for 2 years, almost exactly 2 years, and the soil here is slightly different from the stuff that they had before, and he reckons it's a little harder. It holds together well, but apparently they had some pretty wet weather here during the football season, which churned this ground up a little bit. And only 18 days from the end of the football season to the first match. Oh, he's got that away beautifully. That's 4 as well. They're taking him to the cleaners. It's 1 for 222. Only 1 wicket down. Martin, Steve Waugh, Lehman, Gilchrist, all still to come. Mitchell Johnson doing the 12th man duties here. Brett Lee was going to do them, but they thought he'd be better employed getting down and getting a game in the Pura Cup, although there was a little story this morning that they wouldn't let him go. They were a little bit worried that Gillespie, having had a bit of a tough workout yesterday, so a little bit worried that he might pull up and not be able to play this morning, but apparently there was just a little bit of a reaction. That's another reason why the Australians will be very happy they're batting. And they released Brett Lee around about the time the coin came down this morning.
It's certainly not new, the theory, is it? Because England used to do it all the time, send guys back to county cricket to play, the 12th man.
Oh yes, that was, I mean, it was always, they stayed up because they had to. Test matches in England always started on Thursday, and a new county match always started on Saturday, so the 12th man used to stay down for 2 days. And you get the young whippet, the young local whippet, the best fielder in the county, then come and help you out.
Mitchell Johnson is a young quickie from Queensland, left arm quickie, got a bit of pace. He's got a magnificent throwing arm, but he's had some injury problems. So if he gets the opportunity, Mitchell Johnson gets the opportunity to field, he'll excite the crowd with his throwing. If he's out in the deep, he's got a magnificent throwing arm. I just wonder what those newspapers in England are going to be doing to this England team tomorrow. They are ruthless. And talking about the popular press out there, they don't hold back. And they'd have all been hoping that this tour was going to start in a positive fashion for England. So important to get off to a good start. Fortunately, that's not turned out to be the case. Not to now, anyhow.
Get it.
1 for 224. Well, that's what's happened so far. Australia put into bat by England. 1 for 224.
Matthew Hoggard, who I thought bowled quite well in his first 2 spells. Figures don't show it.
No!
He certainly had his problems with a skyer. That was when Caddick was bowling. Matthew Hayden skied it to mid-off and he ran around in circles and only just got a finger on it. But I thought his first 2 spells he bowled quite well, Matthew Hoggard. Unfortunately, he hasn't got much to show for it there in the figures. All right, Greggy, last night you were rock solid England. Have you jumped off the bus yet?
No, I'm just a bit worried. Straight down the ground. Yes, we need a hat-trick here, don't we? But I don't think it's going to happen. I mean, it couldn't have been a worse start, really. You win the toss, you put the opposition in. They heading up towards 250 now with 1 wicket down. They've got all this batting to come. You've lost your strike bowler. Jones has gone and done some dreadful damage to ligaments, judging by the way he was taken off the ground.
No!
Yes, the medial ligament apparently has either been severely stretched or something similar, but he's gone for a scan. This is what happened. Look at that leg, that right leg. It bent the other way, and what that effectively means is the ligaments on the inside of that knee will be well, either stretched or ruptured, and you can see that straight away you knew that he was in severe pain.
It looks like Caddick, Hoggard, White, they're going to have plenty of bowling to do. They had plenty of bowling to do in the last game against Queensland, 10.5 hours of it at the Allen Border Field. The game against Queensland.
very warm welcome to all our Brisbane viewers. We've got some good news for you here as well. Well, that's well played. Not quite off the middle of the bat. Yes, the good news for our Brisbane viewers is that the local boy, Matty Hayden, has made his 10th Test century. It's his 6th here in Australia. He's 4th in this calendar year. It's also his 2nd at the Gabba and his 1st against England. So there it is, 109 not out, batting with Ricky Ponting, and they are having a ball out there. 1 for 224. And really, one has to say that England now, for those of you who don't know, England won the toss and put Australia into bat, and they'll be regretting that move. There can be no doubt about that. It's well fielded.
14 boundaries for Hayden in his century. He's on 109. And he's looked pretty comfortable most of the innings.
Get hold of it.
Yes, well, Matty Hayden got his 100, and I'm sure those of you who've just joined our telecast here in Brisbane would like to see this. It was a full toss, and there he goes. Smashed it through the offside field, and that is 10 hundreds in Test match cricket for Matthew Hayden.
Oh, yes. Nice act.
There was a really big crowd here at the Gabba for the first day. They enjoyed the century, not quite as much as Matthew. He really is, well, as they used to call him here at the Gabba, Matt the Bat. He does like batting.
Oh! Yes, good mixing, great mixing.
And he has that ability to just keep churning out big scores, and he's certainly done that since he resurrected his Test career, scoring all round the wicket, predominantly onside.
Catch it!
This pair came together when Justin Langer was out with 67 on the board. They've added 157 from just 233 balls.
Over, it's 1 for 225. So 53 overs have gone, 1 for 225, and the field being moved around now by Hussain in an effort to try and get them in the right place so they can break this partnership. Strong offside field, 3 of them saving 1 there, and there is the 3rd man down on the boundary now. And it's going to be Hoggart to continue it. So that's the situation. Justin Langer was caught by Stewart at the bowling of Jones. Jones for 32. This is the wicket.
Good delivery, just moved a little bit off the seam, and Alex Stewart accepted it quite comfortably. So it was all joy at that stage for Simon Jones, playing in his first Test match in Australia, but unfortunately it's all gone sadly wrong for him from that moment on. He actually did very well in this circumstance. It was Matthew Hayden playing the hook shot, top edged it. Simon Jones showed a lot of athleticism there, caught it, controlled the ball, but he couldn't control his body. The only hope he had there would have been if he'd thrown the ball high in the air and been able to get up, get back into the field and catch it before it landed. So that was ruled a no catch quite correctly. Hayden went on to get 100.
Yes, and of course then England had a bit of bad luck, or should I say Hoggart had a bit of bad luck. This is of course for the benefit of those of you who haven't seen this. This is Hoggart under the ball, turning around. He's never looked like catching it. Just got a little fingertip on it, and that was Hayden batting there. So Hayden getting away with that one. It looks as if it hit the bottom of the bat, just went straight up in the air.
And then I talked about it all going bad for Simon Jones. He had that catch ruled against him, and then in attempting to make a save in the outfield, he slid and severely damaged that right knee. He was taken off on a stretcher and looked to be in serious trouble. In fact, the rest of the tour could be in doubt, sadly, for Simon Jones.
As you could see, just as he moved his leg, the agony. Oh, good shot. That's a lovely cover drive. Right into the slot, and the ball goes whistling away to the boundary at extra cover. Ricky Ponting is turning it on now.
Hoggard just over pitching. Ponting really in control of himself at the moment, not hitting the ball hard, just timing it, just caressing it on that occasion.
It's on its way. It's one down for 230. So one for 230. I think if one was to criticise this England attack in respect of Hayden, it would be that they've bowled just a little bit short to him. The line hasn't been too bad. We've showed you on a few occasions in graphic form the innings of Matthew Hayden, but it's one thing looking at the line of the deliveries that are bowled to him. It's totally another thing looking at the length of the deliveries, and I think that's why he's been able to work it away so much on the onside. He's not an easy bloke to bowl to in any event, because he does pull the short deliveries, and of course when it's up there he's a magnificent driver of the ball as well. Single. Yes, just reiterating that point about the length. Just watch this. This is where the balls were pitched. Now they're all in a pretty good line. Not many of them outside leg stump, and that being the case, of course, you'd expect a lot of the runs to be scored in this direction. That's not the case. The majority of the runs, in fact, were scored on the other side. So that's all because those short deliveries, and you can see there the halfway mark, and all these balls here, all of them far too short, all these balls, and he was able to just close the face on the bat and run it away on the onside, sometimes pull the ball as well. Right, well there we are. That's brought it up to the tea break now. 1 for 233, and the Australians at the moment are going really well. Matthew Hayden's on 110 not out. Ricky Ponting is on 82 not out. 55 overs have been bowled. The players moving towards the dressing room now. England will be feeling pretty ordinary about this. 1 for 233.
Warm welcome back to our international viewers to the Gabba, to the final session of day number 1 of Test match number 1 in this Ashes series. And so far it has been all Australia. 1 for 233 the score. And England are going to have to dig deep, Ian Healy.
They certainly will, Tub. Exactly what you said. It's Test cricket. Now they have to combine, they have to work together, they have to find some sort of fun out there so that the afternoon doesn't drag on too badly. When you get in that sort of frame of mind, things can turn for you, and if they don't, at least you haven't wasted energy worrying about that man in his 34th test.
Matthew Hoggard is the bowler from the Stanley Street end. Just the one slip in a gully. 3 men on the offside, saving 1 and 2 on the leg. So really is a ring field at the moment. In this situation, as a bowling side, you've just got to bowl in one spot. You bowl line and length. Pick where you're going to bowl, maybe 6 inches to a foot outside off stump. Keep there all session. You can't afford to lapse even for one ball. And this good strip against 2 quality batsmen.
Quality batsman in form. It's called flat track cricket. You just can't afford to bowl at the stumps too often to 2 batsmen so well set and seeing the ball so well. You've got to get the ball away from them, get it through to the keeper if you can, and limit the balls that you actually bowl at them. Whether it's an LBW attempt, whether it's a bouncer. If you're bowling the bouncer, you need it high as well. They haven't bowled enough of those today, in my opinion. The Australians have not ducked under more than 3 deliveries.
I need a wicket, I suppose, to start the session off. I suppose the only problem with a wicket is there's still plenty of batting to come. Damien Martin is the next man in for Australia, moving up to number 4, and I like to see that. He's been in tremendous form since finding his way back in the Australian side over the last year or so. Batting down at number 6, hasn't really had the opportunities to make as many runs as he would have liked. So he's next in. He'll have a great opportunity in this match and throughout the summer. Quick call of yes and then no from Ponting, but no damage done. Damien Martin missed out a little bit in recent times, but mainly through lack of opportunity. Langer and Hayden have probably made it hard for him down at number 6. And I suppose, looking at those batsmen to come, Darren Lehman there at number 6, making his way back into the test team. It's not going to be easy for him either in this match. He's going to come in with a big score on the board, may have the second new ball. It's never easy down the order when there's big scores on the board. But he'll need to concentrate to maintain his spot.
Ponting looking to settle in nicely after tea again. But the top 3 and the middle 3 in the Australian team have reversed. About 18 months to 12 months ago, it was the top order not going so well. In the middle 3, Mark Waugh, Steve Waugh, Damien Martin, Adam Gilchrist being the 4th, dug them out a lot of trouble. The last 12 months, last summer, it was the other way around.
And that's a maiden to start after tea. 1 for 233. 1 for 233. Ashley Giles will be the bowler from the Vulture Street end.
Get it.
3 men in the deep for Hayden, left-hander. A man at long on, man at deep mid-wicket, and a man on the sweep. Well, Hayden, who is always keen to hit the spinners over the top, particularly the ones spinning towards his pads.
That's a good shot by him when he works it purposefully to the man. Last year he was out to Dan Vittori, I think it was, looking to hit him hard and high straight down the ground. Just got an inside edge to that man at widest mid-on. But he's been very dominant on the leg side, so anything to the left of centre as we look at that wagon wheel, that's where his dominance has been today. Maybe the Englishmen have to even bowl wider of off stump and a little fuller. We've said they've been short, so that he's been able to pull it across from outside off to the left of that wagon wheel, but maybe fuller with that line they've been bowling. PL, it's got him outside off stump again. Ricky Ponting just got the second movement with that front foot in before he got hit, and I would imagine it was struck outside the line.
Well, the line was probably okay. I'm not sure it was straight enough. That's the only problem. Looks like it hit him on a roundabout off stump, maybe middle and off.
Yes.
If you're bowling left arm round the wicket, you really have to straighten the ball. And by that it means it has to turn from leg to off. Now that's probably clipping leg at best. Hawkeye's saying it's clipping the top of leg stump. You really have to straighten the ball a bit more than that. You're going to convince an umpire to give you an LBW decision.
So really it was worth a shout. Definitely worth a shout. They probably could have gone up even more convincingly. Ricky Ponting was on the move as he got hit. That's what would have thrown the umpire as well. He's still moving a little bit there. The umpire not convinced that it was going to do just this. Mark Taylor suggesting he probably thought it was just sliding down leg.
Another stifled shout. 1 for 235. Hayden 111, 1 for 235. That's well hit. Very well hit, in fact. Ashley Giles is down there at fine leg. Didn't have far to travel to stop that ball. He had no chance.
Conventional hook shot this. Ricky Ponting using the pace of Hoggard. He's drifted down leg side. He's just gone with it. Bang. Once again, didn't put that much effort into it. Like the rest of his batting today, he's just gone with it, found the middle of the bat and beat the fieldsman.
This time it's nice and straight. Just flicks the off stump far into the ground. And unfortunately, from an England point of view, it doesn't take enough pace on it. So successive boundaries for Ricky Ponting.
These are the problems you face when you bowl at these Australian batsmen in such good form. That's outside off stump and an on drive has been produced. So he's bowling wide of off, a little too full that time, allowing Ponting just to move the front foot wherever he likes and hit it down the ground.
Ponting moving into the 90s. Lovely drives in the innings. He's in very good form right from the time he's come in. Strong through the onside. A couple of lofted balls off Ashley Giles there. A couple of sixes down the ground off the slower bowlers, but he's also worked the ball very nicely on the onside. Also tells me it's a pretty good pitch out there. A lot of sideways movement for the bowlers.
Launching onto the front foot that time. Hoggard drops it short, but Ponting still forcefully on the front foot. And sometimes in the past, when he's in that mode, when he is forcing onto the front foot, he's going hard with his bat and his hands. Well, this time, he's launched onto the front foot, but then remained soft and waited for the ball to come to him. He held the balance. He didn't go through with the hard hands. England's fieldsmen and the catchers are placed in front of him, short cover. There's nothing much behind him catching, just one slip.
Slow delivery there, Matthew Hoggard. That's about the variation that you have to come up with when you're on a very good flat pitch. I mentioned there's no sideways movement. Bowlers must do is change their pace. There's a nice subtle change there from Matthew Hoggard. Also, we're going to see a change of field. Bat pad now coming in for Ricky Ponting, and that's probably because he is looking to get on that front foot to Matthew Hoggard. Nasser Hussain probably hoping that one might bounce a bit or just hold up on the right-hander.
Every time they've done that today, the bowler hasn't produced the goods first ball. Generally gone down leg side. So let's see what Hoggard can follow up the tactic with. No gully, no catcher other than one slip threatening behind the batsman. The third man protecting the rope. Hoggard had a change of mind maybe. He was going to do something, said, oh, hang on, not quite clear enough. Start again.
That's pretty well bowled. 1 for 243. 1 for 243. Australia going nicely. Giles to continue. That's a man out there. It's going back, but it clears him. Mark Butcher was the fieldsman who thought just for a moment he was in with a chance. In the end, it was into the crowd.
Exactly the same way he got out last year against New Zealand. A little bit more inside edgish than he would like, and that drags it to the right of screen rather than straight down the ground. Just turns the bat, and that's where the man is. Lucky that the power's there, and he got enough bat on it to clear Mark Butcher.
Two, and get it comfortably. Well, Matthew Hayden will be delighted that the powers that be, and probably including the Players Association, have decided to have ropes these days rather than the fence. That last one there, Ashley Giles going for 6. I also saw him caught just after lunch from the short ball down at fine leg. Caught from a short ball down at fine leg by Simon Jones, who had to throw the ball back in as he was crossing the rope, which only got a single for, which without the rope there would have been out. Here's that catch I'm talking about. Got it well enough there, Jones, but has to throw it back over his head. In the end he does well to stop the 6. Hayden was only 40 at the time of that. At that stage, Hayden 40, the score was 1 for 87. Well, that, I suppose, cost him 5 runs. It could have cost him his wicket, and now he hits a 6 off this over, and the ball lands inside the fence again.
Just started to get on his sweep, Matthew Hayden too. And that tells me it's a good wicket. He hasn't had to sweep anything. Whereas if he was playing on the subcontinent, it would be sweep after sweep.
Catch.
There's a man down at long on where he's hit his 2 6s. It's Robert Key, the 12th man for England. He'll be in for a long test. Just what you don't need when you're a 12th man. Do the duties and the fielding.
Yes, nice. I like it, Ash.
9 from the over. 1 for 252. Australia 1 for 252. Their run rate at the moment 4.27. Keep that going. They need to make a very big score, around about 380 for the day, which is outstanding. Test match day's play. And that's in the air. Hayden's found the gap again. Once again, I don't think it's right out of the middle, but he's so strong, Matthew Hayden. Gets enough bat on the ball, it goes for 4.
No footwork, the ball's full and wide, I'm going for it. He finds the gap, it's uppish, it's sliced, but right into the gap. And have a look at the size of his bat, it looks so thick to me. So even the outside edge there and the inside edges in the past earlier today have been getting plenty of runs for him.
Well, I'm not sure if this is worrying signs for Australia or for England, but Matthew Hayden's in stand and deliver mode at the moment. And England probably think they've had a chance in the last couple of overs. This is the 6 from Ashley Giles' last over. Mark Butcher thought he was a chance there. Ends up going for 6. And then first ball this over, in the air, a couple of fieldsmen there, but it's in the gap. So 2 half chances have actually cost England 10 runs.
Follows it up with a shorter ball, which he just plants the front foot and crunches it into the ground. So it hasn't all been convention today by Matthew Hayden. He's teased the Englishman. There is the piece of willow he's got. Big thick edges on it. They try to get a balance between having those thick edges and not have the bat too heavy. Big fellow like him's probably using 211, 210. 2 pounds 10. Certainly done the job today. Now trying to drag some positives out for England. Last year, 12 months ago, Australia were quite often in this scenario, 1 for 257, and then there was a minor collapse. It was sometimes Ponting, then Mark and Steve Waugh, and then it was Martin and Gilchrist that would get them back out of trouble. Warne played a big part in that against New Zealand as well. So it can happen. Always after a big partnership, the next batsman is a little more vulnerable. It's good news for Martin. But it is a matter of getting through the partnership, I guess. Have the Australians learnt from last year? Langer and Hayden would get them off to a great start, then there'd be a minor collapse in the middle. Well, now's their chance to demonstrate that they don't want that to happen again. They're going to continue to pile on the pressure.
Through Ponting. Well, he's waited for the one that's been over-pitched. Hoggard's been very consistent this over. Just over-pitched last ball. Ponting's picked him off for 3. 1 for 260. Ponting and Hayden have combined for 193 runs. Ricky Ponting just 6 away. His first Test match 100 here at the Gabba. Get at least 2 here.
Best score at the Gabba, 88 was his previous. 96 today, 125 for Hayden. 60 overs gone, so 2/3 of the way through the day, and they're already 262.
Another single. Ricky Ponting might be extracting some retribution here from England. Last time he was out of the Australian side, the Australian Test match side, was 1998-99. This corresponding series 4 years ago. Dropped after the 3rd test of that series. As I mentioned, no hundreds here at the Gabba. It's Ricky Ponting averaging the highest he's ever averaged in Test match cricket right at the moment, 48.69. Little patch just in the middle there, just in there, where he struggled against England. There's Ricky Ponting on the verge of another Test match 100. 300s there in a row, or 3 ducks in a row there, and then followed with his highest score straight after the 3 ducks, and that's the period there that he had against England in 98-99, and he struggled. He's been in great form in recent times. Sharjah and Colombo in the recent series against Pakistan.
He's been decisive, he's been confident, he's been positive. He's been so well controlled today. Been no flourish in any of his shots. It's all been easy tempo. 2 6s, 10 4s. Over half his runs in boundaries. No rush.
Australia 1 for 265. It's Craig White's turn. Many overs to bowl. Simon Jones there, the 3rd bowler used, and probably one of the best today. He's off the ground. The ligament damage. I don't really know at this stage how severe that damage is, but he bowled well for his 7 overs, 1 for 32. And you can only hope it's not as bad as it first looked. Ponting on 98. And that will do it. Probably won't go to the fence for 4. It'll be at least 3. And that's all that Ricky Ponting needs to bring up his 13th Test match 100. It's his first Test match 100 here at the Gabba. His 6th in Australia, his 4th of this calendar year, and his 3rd versus England. It's his first against England away from Headingley. He's had some good times, but it's a very well played innings. As Ian Healy said, it's well controlled right from the word go. The ball's found the middle of the bat, and really he has not looked like getting out. That's a very good Test match 100.
Warm applause by the crowd and the England players. 22 singles, 10 fours, 2 sixes. Those 158 balls seem to be like about 100 balls. He's made it look that easy. He's been at the other end for Hayden while he was dominating. And in the recent times, since Matthew Hayden's passed 100, it's been all Ponting. White around the wicket to Hayden now. .200 partnership. They've combined perfectly, seamlessly. Hayden on fire, Ponting patient at the other end, then reversed. Hayden seems to be working hard to keep his concentration and to get his footwork going. And there's the latest black bar. To go into a period where Ricky Ponting's now averaging as close as he's ever been to 50 in Test match cricket. 94 innings, just under 4,000 Test match runs. Will it be this match, this innings, that he brings them up? Sure, he'd like to. He's got plenty of time. 61.5 overs. And the run rate's 4.5, 4.35 per over.
The crowd have come here today hoping to see Australia do well. They've seen their local hero, Matthew Hayden, bring up his 100, and this is what they thought of Ricky Ponting's 100. Ponting, 13 Test match 100s. The crowd have loved every moment of it. His average there of 48.7. At Brisbane 53.5. That's good. I think this Gabba wicket here, when it gets like it is after lunch today, is probably the best place to bat in the world. The bounce is pretty consistent. The ball comes on with value for shots. And the sort of ground that Ricky Ponting, a stroke maker, should love.
That's over.
That's one for 268. Two men out the middle, 100 each. Matthew Hayden 126 and Ricky Ponting 101. Ashley Giles is going to continue, and looks like he's going to continue over the wicket. I suppose you try anything at this stage when a side's 1 for 268. 5 bowlers used. Jones won't be used again in this match, I don't think. Giles 15 overs, none 57. I just wonder if it's not worthwhile trying Michael Vaughan. He's an opening batsman, does bowl some part-time off-spin. Just wonder if you're going to try various things like go around the wicket and over the wicket, and try someone who turns the ball the other way. And this will be interesting too if he continues to bowl that line, because it generally is considered a defensive move if the left-arm spinner starts bowling over the wicket and bowls that line. The umpires have been instructed if bowlers continue to bowl that sort of line and the ball's not turning back towards the stumps, that they have to warn the bowler, and they can call the bowler for a wide. That's all right there. Provided he's trying to hit the stumps, getting the batsman to play, that's okay. But if he continues to bowl negatively down the leg side, the umpire can, as I said, warn the bowler about negative bowling and then eventually call him for a wide if he continues.
Yes, nice, Ash.
It's not a bad tactic, this, as long as it is at leg stump, not outside leg stump and sliding down. They've got the men on the leg side. They've just got 5 men on the leg side, on the right of us looking at Ricky Ponting now. They haven't stacked the field on one side to go with. There's options. Ricky Ponting there, obviously asking Ricky to give himself some room and go over or through the offside field, but there's a gap. There's a gap into that area there. So there's still enough there. The paddle sweep down to there for ones and twos, and good running between wickets. And then if he happens to over pitch, drive it through the offside. But I agree, Tub. I think Michael Vaughan, I think Mark Butcher. Let's get these 30 overs bowled, 27.1 overs bowled, 17.1 to the new ball. Spin at both ends, medium paces rather than the consistent fast bowling. 1 for 268.
Craig White continuing. That hard Matthew Hayden, it's gone right through. Another misfield. It hasn't been a good day for England. That won't please the captain either. Michael Vaughan, the fieldsman, he was the one who let the ball go at the second ball of the day. But Justin Langer off the mark this time. Straight through the legs. And with that, I'll step out of the commentary box, and in comes very happy looking Bill Laurie and a not so happy looking Tony Gregg.
Thank you, Mark Tower. Magnificent batting performance by the Australians here today. Matthew Hayden, Ricky Ponting and Justin Langer put on 67 for the first wicket on a perfect batting pitch. Ideal day. Craig White there shaking his head as well he might. Misfielded, covered by Michael Vaughan, conceded that 4 runs. Wonderful partnership of 205. They could score 350 to 380 here tonight. The run rate continues if they don't lose a wicket or two. Excellent cricket. Hayden leading from the front once again. In the air. Oh, he stood back. Falls short. Well, it's all happening, Tony.
Yes, it is. Yes, that was actually quite well bowled. He just stopped on his shot. There was a slower delivery, and you see as it left the bat, that looked as if it was going straight to the fieldsman. Hogarth's right in the firing line. He's already dropped one in that area, so he'll be a little bit. He'll be just a little bit nervous when he sees one coming in the air in his direction. Vaughan has let 2 through his legs.
Working just outside of the line of the off stump. Craig White. Well, Nasser Hussain won the toss. He elected to bowl. It was a gamble. Hasn't paid off. It's been a wonderful batting strip. This man's taken a risk or two. This is one he took, and there's Hogarth running around in circles. Around he goes again, and barely touches it. It was a big let off. That's summed up England's day.
Yes, it has. It's been a dreadful day. Dreadful start to the series. I suppose the only good thing that's come out of this is that can only get better.
Also had for a wicket or two in the last hour. The batsman will be getting a fraction tired. There he is. He does pretty well in the end. He gets in a reasonable position here, and he gets the wobbles. And hardly touches it.
Yes, actually, I felt for him a little bit. It was up there a long way. It did look as if it was going to go right over the top of his head. He had just before that pulled off a couple of really good stops down the boundary. Boy, he just had to look up in the air there because he was searching for help. That's the end of the over. It's 1 for 272.
Excellent run rate. Giles continues. Buzz around this beautiful stadium. Big crowd in for the first day of the series. Not too hot today, in the mid-20s. Hotter towards the weekend, 32 and 34 degrees Saturday and Sunday. Australians are prepared to hit the ball over the top today, both Ponting and Hayden hitting sixes, clearing the fieldsman over cover, and a wonderful display.
Yes, they've been very confident. Their whole approach right from the word go has been one of confidence. Both of them now have registered centuries, and they're not finished.
Oh, yes.
Once again, it was Wenger and Hayden that got Australia away to a great start. They're averaging 80 runs per innings, which is fantastic in the top order. Wenger was out to pretty good delivery, pitched and seamed away, got an edge, and Stewart took the catch. It was a wicket for Simon Jones. It was 1 for 67. Good use of the feet, that's 4. Got past the bowler, got past mid-off, and this massive crowd loving this innings from Matthew Hayden. What a year he's having.
He hit that like a rocket. It was in the air, mind you. It went past the bowler in the air. It was hit so well, though, he just couldn't get there in time. Just watch this. Whack in the air and just wide of the bowler there, Giles, and beats mid-off as well. This is a very, very well-struck delivery. And despite the fact that it was uppishly played, there was no way anyone's going to stop that.
Sweeps, goes fine, there'll be 4 more. He's carving to pieces bit by bit. 281 for 1. He's putting on a Graham Pollock here, getting all the loose balls for 4.
Yes, and a few others as well. That wasn't really a loose delivery. He tends to premeditate a little bit the sweep shot. Takes it from outside off stump, likes to do that. He's up that one away nice and fine. Yes, all he can do is scratch his head.
None off the over, 1 for 281. Brisbane crowd having a great day. Perfect conditions, wonderful batting exhibition. But disappointing for the England supporters. There's a lot of them here today. Army. What a tours here. So John Edridge here this morning, the great left-handed opening batsman. And they'll be disappointed so far from England point of view.
Yes, there's no doubt about that. And it all started right at the beginning of the day when England won the toss. And they decided to put the Australian batsmen in. And that was the start of it, I'm afraid.
Well fielded.
Is what is going to be interesting is to see what Nasser Hussain does. Apparently he's got a reputation for not fronting the press at any stage once the match starts. He doesn't speak to the press until at the end of the match. It'll be interesting to see whether he makes any comment today. They'll certainly be after him. There's no doubt about that. They'll want a comment from him in respect of what's happened on this first day of the Test series.
He's been a bit unlucky too. Jones off the field. He was quite impressive first up. It struck straight to mid-on to Caddick. This has given away a great opportunity as it's turned out, because this pitch has just been a belter. Very few balls have deviated off the seam swing early, but we've seen Hayden and Ponting hit across the line from outside off stump down to mid-on or even mid-wicket. They've batted with a lot of confidence.
It's just on that subject of winning the toss. Hussain actually doesn't often win it. He's not got a great track record. 15 out of 38 so far is his record of winning the toss. And so often you hear the England players saying, come on, Nasser, you've got to lift your game on this toss front. And today, well, he did win it. And he puts the opposition in. And of course, he did it with the best intentions in the world. Everyone does. He wanted to give his fast bowlers a go.
In the air, this could be out cover. Should catch this. Should certainly be out. Oh, he's dropped it. I cannot believe it. I cannot believe it. Craig White on his knees, the bowler, the captain. He'll be in shock. A straightforward catch, looking into the sun. He had all the time in the world. It was a sitter. Michael Vaughan. Dear, oh dear.
Yes, well, what do you say? This is the sort of thing that you don't recover from. Michael Vaughan let one through his legs, second ball of the day. He let one through his legs again just a little while ago. And now he's gone and dropped an absolute dolly. Looking into the sun a little bit, but don't let that excuse him. He's got dark glasses on. Boy, he's going to have to make 200.
Crowd are roaring as well they might. Hayden whacks that away through mid-wicket. That's 4 more. The second best test score, and really the wheels are falling off there for England. Vaughan should have taken that catch. You're under pressure, but they're professionals. They train every day. Fielding is so important, and that really was a sitter.
Yes, it certainly was. There it is again, just lobbed up in the air, and he came in and just looked up there. Look at it, absolutely didn't even look as if he was going to catch it at the end of the day. And that was the reaction of Hussain. He needs some good news.
No. That's over.
It's 1 for 286. Run rate of 4.33 at the Gabba. Hayden riding his luck, 142. Was caught at fine leg and Jones went over the rope. Not out, dropped twice. And this crowd really buzzing. This onslaught continues.
Yes, an incredible run rate again today as well. This has been one of the features of Australia's batting in the last 10 years or so. They've scored their runs so fast. It's just getting back to the start of play today. Nasser Hussain came out with some fighting words at the beginning of play. Listen to this.
People have to get out there and play. That's why they're on this tour. They have to get out there and play. There's no time to be resting. The only one is Darren Gough, because he's had a long...
Yes, there's no place to hide. He's dead right about that.
He also said at the toss with Ian Chappell that they have to bowl good line and length and hold their catches. It's been a rough day. 1 for 287.
Well, I think when they study their length to Hayden, they'll definitely realise where it went wrong. They bowled a good line to him, but the length was wrong.
It's worth a shout, but maybe outside the line and struck the batsman's pad. I think Hayden should have a good look at the scoreboard. He's got 200 here for the taking. He's a fit young man.
Get it, come on. Nice bowling, Ash. Good mixing, Ash.
Giles in his 18th over, none for 67. Not a big turn of the ball, Ashley Giles. He just throws it up, looking for a little bit of drift, maybe a bit of bounce. He's bowling on Shane Warne's favourite pitch. Believes that this is the fairest pitch in Australia, at the Gabba, for both spin and pace. It's 4. What a shot. That's a red hot off drive. Crashes into the rope. 4 more. A wonderful batting display. 1 for 291. 67 overs bowled, so 13 overs before the second new ball can be taken. Look at Matthew Hayden. His last 5 scoring shots have been boundaries. He's played on both sides of the pitch. There's the 2 drop catches, but it's a very good batting chart.
Yes, most of them on the onside, most of them around here. Not nearly as many runs on that side of the wicket. But he's starting to get a few through there as well, and those straight drives, that last one, what a shot that was down here. This is just a beautiful straight drive. It's just to show you that one again, that straight drive. It doesn't get much better than this. All the way along the ground this time. Just watch this. Down the wicket and right off the middle of the bat, and the bowler hardly moved. That ball whistled away to the boundary. Absolutely magnificent shot.
Tremendous pound timing. Ian Hill is saying it's about a 2 pound 10 bat. Big thick edges, but he's such a powerful man, a sweet timer of the ball. 24s and 1-6. That's through cover. Vaughan's the fieldsman. Gets a cheer from the crowd, as well he might. He bowled around the wicket to Matthew Hayden too. I think that's one of the reasons why he scored so strongly on the onside. The angle coming around the wicket, the right arm bowler, bowling at middle and leg. He's whipped it through the onside and down through mid-on.
So I think it's probably fair to say that he's had a little bit of luck today as well. Not the sort of luck that you associate with playing and missing, that sort of stuff, but he had the Simon Jones incident on the boundary where he actually caught it inside the boundary and then went over. He was on 40 odd there, 42 I think it was. Then he got to his century. He was dropped by Hoggett, should have been caught there. That was a real little lollipop. Might just have a look at those. There's the pull shot that went down to Jones, caught it but couldn't stay in the ground. So that was the first one. Then this one went straight up in the air. Hoggett almost turned himself inside out and hardly laid a hand on it. And it's live. And then of course the last one was a nice little lollipop catch out to Vaughan. Vaughan looking into the sun, but had his dark glasses on, and this is what happened. It just popped up there. He looked up and out she went. So he's had his breaks, I suppose. He's now got 149.
Meanwhile, Ponting's been as safe as a bank. 1 for 295. Kevin Mitchell Jr., one of the best curators in the world, has this ground in superb condition. Fast outfield, the perfect pitch for a test match. Will spin. There'll always be something in for the fast bowler. At the moment we're seeing a wonderful batting display. Take nothing away from Langer, Hayden and Ponting. They've been positive from the word go. They're scoring at 4.3 runs per over. That's the question. Alex Stewart, the wicketkeeper, I doubt if he's taken 20 balls today. Very few balls have gone through to the wicketkeeper. There it goes. That's over. He's got it. Oh, he hasn't got it. That would have been a great catch. Brings up the 150. Robert Key, the 12th man. It was a very good effort. Timed his leap perfectly. Couldn't hang on to a red-hot chance.
Well, it certainly was. It's also brought up the 150 for Matthew Hayden. The Queenslanders here are on their feet, giving him a really good cheer. I don't think he's all that concerned about it. He's probably thinking about 200. But watch this again. He hit this pretty hard. Yes, he certainly hit it hard, and you're right. It was a tremendous effort by the substitute fieldsman, Robert Key. Up he goes. It hit his right hand, and well, those just have to stick.
Yes, that was a pretty good effort. Just got his hand to it, knocked it down. Hayden goes on to 151. Robert Key, opening batsman. Third opening batsman on the tour. Substitute fieldsman, did well. Just couldn't hang on to it. Would have been a great catch.
Right, well, we record the drop catches on the wagon wheel, and you'll see them here, the red dots. Matthew Hayden dropped on a couple of occasions, clear opportunities, that one there and this one here. And so those are the chances he's given.
Nicely played by Ponting. Gets past mid-wicket. They'll pick up 2. In fact, they're happy with 1. My mind goes back to Adelaide, and Matthew Hayden got dropped about 4 times, making 125. It was against the West Indies, maybe his first Test 100. He's improved a lot since then.
He's having a wonderful time. Have a look at those figures. 24s and a 6, and he's not finished yet.
2 this time, all the way on the carpet. 300's up for 1. Partnership 232. Nicely squeezed out to deep point for a single.
Well, we've just got the news in on Jones, who was injured earlier today, and it's not good news from England's point of view. It's a ruptured anterior cruciate ligament. Out for 6 months he is. He requires a full knee reconstruction. And what they're going to do, apparently they're taking him down to the academy to stabilise the problem, and then he's going to be flown home, and that's where he will have this reconstruction of the knee. So that is dreadful news, really, because he's the fastest of the young England bowlers. Lots of high hopes for him, and this is certainly going to set his career back.
There's Simon Jones. It was a very sad moment. His father, of course, was a fast left-arm bowler for England, Jeff Jones, and I think all cricket lovers will be very saddened by that news. He looked very impressive on debut here today. 1 for 32 off 7. Almost took a catch. Now he's out for at least 6 months. It's more a football injury, isn't it? A knee, a reconstructed knee. I don't know too many cricketers have had that. Maybe the odd fast bowler.
Yes, didn't you get them when you went up to the snowfields in Victoria? That's where you normally hear about these things.
Sad day for Simon Jones. Well, there's a long way to go today. It's only the 70th over been bowled. They've got to bowl 90 in the day, so a lot of hard work left for the Englishman.
Yes, I've got to say that if you'd have said to Nasser Hussain this morning, what's the worst thing that could possibly happen to you today, it would be to put the side in, the opposition in, and watch them score 300 for 1. Lose your fast bowler, your young fast bowler as well.
It's 4 more, there's nobody out there. It's a slaughter at the Gabba. I guess this is what Bradman used to do. He used to make 350, 360 in a day on good pitches. He's attacked right from the start, Matthew Hayden, along with Justin Langer. They've been very positive. They've hit across the line occasionally. Such a good even bounce here at the Gabba. He's rode his luck superbly.
Yeah, this is a short ball. I mean, you bowl short to Matthew Hayden, he pulls it for 4. And he loves taking it from just outside off stump. He reads that beautifully. You just cannot do that to him. But they'll learn.
Over bowled, 1 for 306. Alex Tudor there, been added to the touring group for England.
Graham Dilley there with him. He's the bowling coach for the England team in the blue top there. He's going to have his work cut out now. He's got to home in on all these fast bowlers and make sure that this doesn't affect them too much. Armisen already injured, but they reckon he's not too bad. So he'll be back into contention, I should think. Goff, they're holding their thumbs for Goff, but he won't be ready in time for the second test. May just make it after that, but I think that might even be wishful thinking.
A very sensible inning from Ricky Ponting. Chanceless, solid as a rock. He's allowed Hayden to have a rush of blood occasionally. He's been very, very solid. Very professional knock by Ricky Ponting.
Yes, you're right about that, actually. He's just quietly played a sensible innings, hasn't he? He's gone down the wicket a few times and hit it over the top. But 107, he's now faced 179 deliveries. So by comparison with Hayden, he's well, quite a lot slower. But he's probably gearing himself to having watched Hayden play and come so close to getting out on a few occasions.
Yes, I like it.
He's probably gearing himself to take over and really keep it ticking if Hayden gets out. So that's an over-by-over breakdown of what has been a great day for Australia.
Batsmen to come: Damien Martin, Steve Ward, Darren Lehman and Adam Gilchrist. Probably the only nervous man at the ground to be Damien Martin, hiding to nothing coming in after this magnificent partnership. He over bowled. It's 1 for 307.
Ricky Ponting it is on strike. That century, Ricky Ponting's third against England. The other two made at Headingley. Matthew Hayden, as he often does, just resting at the crease. He does a few exercises just to keep his back loose.
He swings it both ways. It's just a little bit there for him. But the ball is old. This is the 72nd over. New ball due at 80. Something that Andrew Caddick and Matthew Hoggard are looking forward to.
And don't leave out his captain, who made the decision to send them out there today, Rich.
Sometimes works, putting in the opposition.
Yes, my grandfather's words are ringing in my ears at the moment. If you win the toss, son, 9 times out of 10 bat first. On the 10th occasion, think about sending the opposition in and bat first anyhow.
Very wise words. In years gone past, when you had uncovered pitches, you were less likely to put the opposition in unless it was wet at the start. But pavements are littered with guys treading around in chewed up shoes. Put the opposition in and said, okay, we're going to bowl them out cheaply and win the match, add the series. Very dangerous ploy.
Fairly gentle pace, 113 kilometres an hour, Butcher. England having lost their fastest bowler, Simon Jones, and the bad news is that he's out of the game for 6 months with knee reconstruction. Australia 1 for 308. This pair came together with a score at 1 for 67 when Justin Langer was out for 32. 13th Test century for Ricky Ponting. 10th for Matthew Hayden. Craig White now being switched to the Vulture Street end. White has bowled 11 overs for 50. He's had a bit of misfortune. Had Matthew Hayden dropped, hammered away in front of square.
Well, I reckon that Ricky Ponting, every time Craig White has come on, it's happened that Ricky has faced him, and Ricky has guessed that the first one's going to be a short loosener every time.
That was a good example of Ponting today. He hasn't tried to really hammer the ball. He's played a few of those pull shots and just caressed them to the mid-wicket boundary. 11 fours, 2 sixes, successive sixes off the left arm spinner Ashley Giles. Man has gone now to deep backward square for the bowling of Craig White. He didn't have any protection in that area. That's been rectified.
There's certainly reverse swing there for Craig White. He's one of the best exponents of it in the England side or anywhere round. It's the ball to come in from outside the right-hander's off stump, a very old ball.
That was the slower ball. White coming around the wicket to the left-hander. One thing about his swing, Richie, with the old ball is it appears to me, though, it comes from virtually from the hand. You get a guy like Shoaib Akhtar is a good example. When he gets the old ball swinging, it looks as though it's pretty late in its flight before it swings.
Yep, Shoaib Akhtar, when he demolished Australia in Sharjah, that was a wonderful spell of bowling. I suppose the speed of the ball has a bit to do it now. Craig White is around about 100. He's around about less than Glenn McGrath. He's around about 130 Ks most of the time. But it certainly does go much more from the hand rather than just as the batsman's think about playing a stroke. Shoaib Akhtar in that spell in Sharjah, nightmarish.
And he was setting himself for that pull shot very early. Long chase for Robert Key. Hayden just strolling for 3, and Australia 1 for 316. Well, Damien Martin's been sitting there for a while with the pads on. 1 for 67 when the wicket fell. 15th over when Justin Langer was out. We're now into the 73rd over. Hayden on 160, Ponting 114. Martin, Waugh, Lehman, Gilchrist still to come. Matthew Hayden has absolutely hammered that into the crowd, nearly collected one of our cameras.
The worst thing is if you bowl a ball like that and you see the guy advancing to you, you don't know if he's going to hit it straight back at you. It's a big and beautiful hit.
I don't know how much they pay for catches by cameramen, but there was an opportunity there. Opportunity missed.
No!
So Matthew Hayden goes past the score of Ian Healy at this ground, 161 Ian Healy. Matthew Hayden has now raced to 166. And almost showing contempt for the bowling on that occasion. He just started wandering out of his crease. He was almost trying to catch it with the camera. Pitched and held up.
Just didn't quite time that as he would have wished. Got off a rather thickish inside edge.
Oh yes, wicket and wicket, good base.
Nice defensive stroke. We've seen a few of those today from Ponting, all beautifully and correctly played. And then we've seen some glorious stroke play as well, that produced runs.
That score by Matthew Hayden, highest by a Queensland-born player at the Gabba, 169.
Highest individual scores we'll come back to in a moment. Just the fingertips to take the pace off, so they'll finish up getting 3. Oh, well, could have. And it's 1 for 327.
Australia 1 for 327 after having been sent in to bat by England. Langer out for 32. He'll be feeling as though he missed the party. Matthew Hayden 169, Ricky Ponting 116. Craig White around the wicket to the left-hander. Man goes back, Robert Key at mid-wicket to protect that boundary. Nasser Hussain just pushing him behind square. No third man. Once again, misfield. Misfield and a collision.
Well, not sure so much of a collision as Ashley Giles not wanting to let Michael Vaughan have anything to do with it. Now he turns and gets Vaughan in his sights.
Well, our senior commentator is running hot with the trivia today, trivia questions, so we've got another one for him. This has come in from Stephen Fay of Brisbane. Who holds the record for the most consecutive Test matches played? That's our second trivia question of the day. The senior commentator is 1 for 1 at the moment, batting 1,000. We do invite viewers to log on to Baggy Green website and send us any questions, any trivia questions on cricket.
Might easily stay that way, 1 for 1, turning it into 1 for 2. I'll watch this next ball. Just have a little think about it for a moment.
I thought for one awful moment you were going to refuse to answer the question.
I might.
That's a lovely shot. Chase for Matthew Hoggard, but he can give it away. Timing immaculate. Well, he's got that green handle grip today. And there'll be a lot of batsmen green with envy at this shot. Timing and placement spot on. Well, there we are. We've given you an extra ball, Richie.
Well, I'm floating around a few, but I'll have a dash at David Boone.
You're quite correct. You are now 1 for 2, Richie. Alan Border, the man who walked into the ground today he's been on his trek for kids. 153 consecutive Test matches. Next man, Mark Waugh, who was on 107 until omitted from this Test side. Couple there for Ricky Ponting. Sunil Gavaskar, 106, just behind Mark Waugh. So that's our trivia questions for today. Senior commentator now batting 500.
Just looking down that Australian batting lineup, it's a daunting sight to see Gilchrist still to come in. It's 1 for 336.
.172 to Hayden, 122 to Ponting. It's not often a player gets 200 in a day's Test cricket. Matthew Hayden has a very, very good chance of doing it here today. We're just 75 overs bowled. Another 15 need to be bowled by England. Ashley Giles has now been switched to the Stanley Street end. .21 fours and 2 sixes for Matthew Hayden.
Saving it.
Now with 15 overs still to be bowled, that's another hour. That takes us on to 5:20, and the shadow of the stand is halfway out towards the pitch. I just wonder if Steve Buckner and Rudy Kutzer will think about having the lights put on. A big crowd here. It's a sunny day, but that sun will disappear behind the stand. The shadows will come over. It might be worth the umpires thinking about.
They may ask the batsmen if they want to go off for bad light, Ridge.
The answer would be a courteous no thank you.
Maybe a query from the England captain, can we go off? Giles now coming over the wicket to Ponting. He's got a slip in position and a short mid on.
You get 8, run him out.
Long day for wicket keepers. 3:38 on the board. Into the 76th over, so there's been lots of squats and pushes and concentration going on there.
Ashley Giles was impeded there by the non-striker. I think Ricky Ponting may have, as he was running for the single, may have apologised. Ponting couldn't be blamed there. He was doing everything he possibly could to get out of the way, but he does turn the head there, and I think may have said sorry to the bowler. And it's gone onto the stumps. So Ashley Giles has broken through, and Ricky Ponting's very fine innings has come to an end at 123.
That'll be a big relief to Giles, Nasser Hussain, and all the England camp. So Ricky Ponting is out. 123, fine knock. 2 for 339.
Damien Martin has been promoted to number 4 with Mark Waugh out of the side. Martin has deserved this opportunity. He's played very, very well since he came back into the Australian side. Pushed his average up to 48. 31 years of age. A very accomplished player. Nasser Hussain attacking with a slip and a silly mid-off, plus a short cover. Ricky Ponting will think that he was perhaps a little unlucky. That ball appeared to clip the bottom of his thigh pad and go straight to ground and then bounced onto the stumps.
Yes, on the money straight away.
Australia
there,
2 for
Ash.
339.
It's 2 for 339 now. Lovely knock from Ricky Ponting. Great pleasure to watch. Now Craig White from the Vulture Street end. Matthew Hayden, the striker, and still getting it off the middle of the bat. New batsman Damien Martin.
Ball just clipping the bottom of the thigh pad and actually rolled back onto middle stump. Looks like a pretty solid thigh pad and just knocked it straight down onto the ground. Ponting just checking what had happened. Matthew Hayden is tiring a little. That's what happens when you just get a little tired. The concentration wavers.
Talking a little while ago about the shadow coming across and the fact it might be a possibility for the umpires to think about the lights. That's moving pretty quickly, that shadow. And the thought was that perhaps the fielding side might be inconvenienced by the light. And it did happen once in South Africa. Vic Richardson, the grandfather of the Chappell brothers, was the skipper of Australia. And Stan McCabe was thrashing South Africa everywhere, going for a win. And the light got very bad. And Herbie Wade, the captain of South Africa, appealed against the light because he said his fieldsmen were in danger from the blazing strokes being played by Stan McCabe. They called the game off. There was a storm later on. McCabe, 189 not out of 274. We've seen some wonderful stroke play here today. Again, some of the fielders have been in danger and some have endangered themselves.
Australia 2 for 339. Damien Martin yet to get off the mark. Matthew Hayden on 174. In the commentary position now, it'll be Mark Taylor with Tony Greig.
Thanks, Ian. Yes, well, this is a pretty big moment for Damien Martin, despite the fact that there are 339 runs on the board. He'll be very keen to make a real fist of this number 4 position. It's a great opportunity for him. And he's not always going to come in with a score like this, but to be Australia's number 4 is a very nice feeling, I'm sure. And of course, in front of a big crowd here on day 1 of the Gabba Test match. Almost 30,000 people in the ground, and the ground looks an absolute picture on what's been a beautiful day in Brisbane.
Oh! Well, the crowd have had their money's worth today. They've seen Matthew Hayden make 100, 174 not out. Ricky Ponting make 100. Scores of 4.4 runs per over, around about there. Plenty of entertainment.
Yes.
And still a bit to play
Right
for
areas,
too.
Ash.
Still 12 and a half overs to go. Still enough time for Australia to make quite a few more runs, but also a chance for England to get a few more wickets, at least finish off the day in a better note. New ball due in just over 2 overs. New batsman at the crease. Still a little opportunity here for the English. Oh!
Just a bit quicker that one, and nicely taken by Stewart.
Right areas, Ash.
It's a different ball game, isn't it? You get a new batsman out there, and all of a sudden the spirit of the team in the field lifts just a little bit after what's been a pretty depressing time for them. It's a test of character.
Get hold of him, run him out.
Oh, that's good running.
And there's no doubt that England have got to be thinking at this stage, if we can get another wicket, new ball, maybe pick up Hayden, who's tiring, pick up Martin, who's just come to the crease. 4 down, 5 down, maybe. At least we're not right back in the game, but we've finished off the day better anyway, which is a chance for tomorrow. Australia finished 2 down at stumps. It's going to be a very tough day for England again tomorrow.
Where is it?
Going for the sweep shot, and it's gone absolutely nowhere. 2 for 340.
For 340 Australia. Martin has just come to the crease for his single, and Hayden's been there all day. There's 231 balls. He's 174. Darren Lehman watching on with interest. Either that or he's getting a bit weary. He's watched a fair bit today. He'll probably be hoping he won't get a bat, I suspect. 12 overs left in the day. Steve Waugh scheduled to come in next. Darren Lehman's probably thinking sometime tomorrow would be nice.
Yes, of course, the big problem from England's point of view, if they don't get Hayden out, he rests up. He rests up for the evening, and he's scoring runs so freely that he comes out fresh tomorrow. Oh, that one did nip back. That nipped back off the seam.
He does have this ability, Craig White, to swing the ball back in, particularly the old ball, and then keep it going off the seam. That one certainly went a long way.
Yes, it was probably going to go over the top anyhow. This is Hawkeye giving us an idea there. You could see how much it off the seam. Just nipped back and went over the top of the stumps.
As you say, Tony, it's also interesting to note just how far over the stumps it would have gone had it been in line. That's the great thing about batting here at the Gabba. A bit like the Wacker ground in Perth. You have that confidence with the bounce that even if the line's okay, if it's short enough like that one is, you can still let the ball go and know it's going to pass safely over the top.
And of course, Damien Martin, who played all his cricket in the West, knows how to handle those bouncing balls. One of the things that cricketers have to get used to when you go over there. You run up and bowl and someone lets the ball go and you think, I've got him. Only to find that it's gone straight over the top of off stump by about a foot. 29 matches, a great average of 48. He's running it in, isn't he? It's starting to go in the air. I think you're quite right. It's not just seam there. It's just starting to drift in the air and then going just a little bit further. So he wants to be careful, just a little bit careful of padding up, and if he gets it right up there, a reverse swing for him.
Craig White certainly working hard on that ball when he gets it in his hands. Seems to be getting a little bit of reverse swing at the moment. There's Matthew Hoggard, who's fielding it mid-off. So one of the opening bowlers, he's working on it as well. Trying to rough up, keep one side rough, and the other side shiny and dry. It's generally how you bring about reverse swing.
Well, that's a maiden over. It's 2 for 340. Hayden on 174 and on strike. Yes, there are plenty of singles. Get it through that infield, and a few fours being protected now. The fieldsmen on the boundary all coming in now because Martin's on strike. They've really got to attack the new batsman. They've got to try and make some inroads here. If they could get one of these two out, get Steve Waugh in and perhaps get him out and get Lehman out, certainly changes the complexion of the day from England's point of view.
Catch it!
Well, that's got to be out. No, not out. Well, there sounded as if there were two noises. I suspect the second noise may have been the bat thudding into the pad. The sideways replay is going to tell us the story here, but we'll have a look at it from every which way. First of all, this way. Right, let's see. Into the pad and behind the bat, but I think the pad did crash into the side. The bat crashed into the side of the pad, and so there were definitely two noises.
Yes.
But the umpire, if he's not entirely sure, has got to give the batsman the benefit of the doubt.
I think Rudy Kurtzen got this right here. It went slowly to Mark Butcher, who's a bat pad on the offside. Normally, if the catch goes to that man, it goes quickly if there's some bat in it. Damien Martin sort of holds his head like he hasn't hit it, but most batsmen will do that. The only thing that did it hit the inside edge on the way in. And that's 4. Ashley Giles in that occasion just giving Martin a bit of room. He was onto it quickly, so he survived the bat pad and puts him away for 4.
So not a good feeling. I've got to say that last replay, I think, told us something. I thought there might have been a little inside edge. Just watch this. Here we go. Ooh, hard to tell. I think it probably missed the inside edge of the bat and onto the pad. The double noise was the bat hitting the pad. So fair enough. And fair enough to shout as well, of course. The two noises there, and it did pop up and it was caught. But a good decision from umpire Kurtzen again. Yes, the new ball is due after the end of this over. but it'll surprise me if they take it. There's a little bit of reverse swing out there.
Yeah.
And we have mentioned that new batsmen against spinners in this Australian side look a little vulnerable early on. 2 for 345. Right, well, the new ball is due, and they haven't taken it, and I think the fact that there's a little bit of reverse swing out there is going to make just a little bit of difference. So it may well be that we see a few more overs with this old one.
Matthew White, we talked about, is getting some reverse swing. He's getting it into the right hander. This is his last over. All the balls generally starting fairly wide of off stump, but all swinging, reverse swinging back in towards the off stump and keeping going off the seam. There they all are, all clustered pretty well. That's pretty good bowling. Very consistent line and length. And that's what you need when a side's going well. Now he's bowling to Matthew Hayden around the wicket, so he'll be aiming the ball at round about off stump, hoping to take it away from the left-hander.
Yes, what will be interesting is to see if he can get one to go in a little bit at him. He's teeing him up here, so the first two have just angled out a little bit towards the slip, a solitary slip in there. And very often when you've got a bit of reverse swing going, if you turn it around, you can get it to slide in a little bit.
Well, I thought Craig White's over to Matthew Hayden about 2 or 3 overs ago. He bowled 5 deliveries wide of off stump, and then the one he fired in, the Yorker at the stumps, was the in-swinger to the left-hander. And he may be teeing him up for a similar delivery this time around. He bowled a good 15, 20 centimetres wide of off stump, swinging the ball away, and then spear the Yorker in at the stumps.
There's that Yorker. Not too much movement there, but it was up there, nice and straight.
Matthew Hayden's just gone a little bit quiet in recent times. I think he's realised the new ball is available. And wouldn't be anyone better or more equipped in the ground to face the new ball than Matthew Hayden at the moment. 175 next to his name.
And he's got him. Or did he? No, it didn't carry. It didn't quite carry. Well, that was good bowling. Trescothick in there, it slipped. The ball just left him a little bit and went flying away in the direction of Trescothick. Didn't quite get there.
It's just short. The man, he's at a floating slip position. He's at 1.5 or 2 slips there. The second slip. This can be the disadvantage of the old ball. Just not quite the same amount of hardness, and therefore not the same amount of carry.
So 3 maidens in a row. It's 2 for 345. 2 for 345. It looks as if White is trotting off the ground here, which is seems to me to suggest they will be taking the new ball. I'm not too sure that he's just not jumping the gun just a little bit here, because Giles is actually bowling quite well to Martin. We've already seen a close call to bat pad, and we saw certainly in Saja the Aussie batsman struggling a bit against McLean. I'm not saying that Giles is quite up to that standard, but the truth of the matter is when they first come in, they tend to be just a little bit vulnerable to bat pads, and Martin at the moment is just finding his way. And down the other end, of course, White has been doing, well, he's been getting a little bit of reverse swing. He's just hit the edge of Hayden's bat. Just a few more like this, and then the new ball perhaps.
Well done, mate.
I suppose the other side of that coin is that it's not a bad time to try the new ball either. You're going to have about, 8 overs after this to use it. The bowlers know they've only got 4 overs each to bowl, and you've got a batsman who's just in, namely Damien Martin, and one who's tiring. An opportunity for England to pick up a couple of wickets.
Oh, that was very close. I think that hit his pad first and then onto the bat. A big appeal there from Stewart. Asking the question, I've got to say that I think this replay will show this as being pretty close. Let's see, did it hit the pad first? I think it probably did. Ooh, and then onto the bat. And now the question is, how straight was it when it hit the pad? Boy, just outside the off stump. A very good decision again, but a very, very close call.
This will be a good one for Hawkeye. Ball drifting in, does straighten fractionally. Hits Martin outside off stumps. I think it's a good decision. I'm interested to see if that was going on to hit the stumps. Alex Stewart held his appeal for a long time. He knew it was close.
Yes, I think the indication there from umpire Crutzen was exactly that. He said, well, the way he sort of gestured with his hand, it may have been that he was saying that it was missing the stumps, but I don't know that that was the case. It hit the pad and it was just outside the line. I think probably would have hit off stump, but it was not out. It was a good decision.
He's probably just straightened too much for Ashley Giles. He needed the ball to keep coming in, but it just turned a little bit, which in the end probably cost Ashley Giles and England a chance of a wicket.
Get it.
So a good over from Giles, a close call, 2 for 346. Two for 346. Well, the little scenario that Mark Taylor was talking about is now a reality. The question is, can they do it? Can they get themselves a couple of wickets with this new ball? It's been taken. That lovely hard new cricket ball there. Caddick has gone to the top of his run, and so he'll be taking this new ball. We'll see if they can get a wicket or two here. Damien Martin is on strike.
It's imperative that Andrew Caddick bowls well here. I don't believe he's bowled well all day. This is the opportunity. He's going to have 4 overs. That's it. 4 overs to bowl from this Vulture Street end. And Matthew Hoggard will bowl the other 4. Will more than likely bowl the other 4 from the Stanley Street end. They need to get some wickets here.
There's 2 slips and 2 gullies in there for Damien Martin, who's only just arrived at the crease. I don't want to see one whistling between second slip and the first of the gullies. So there it is. That's the situation as far as the field is concerned. There's a big gap through that area there. I'd quite like to see another slip in. I know the scoreboard wouldn't suggest it's a time to attack, but you need to get some wickets, otherwise you're going to be in the field forever. And look at that swing.
Well, Tony, I can think back to a test match or 2 series ago here, or 2 corresponding series ago in 1994. The first test match of the series, the Australian side were 3 for 308 at one stage. And Michael Slater was 170 odd not out, and he got out about half an hour before stumps, which is a similar situation to what England are in at the moment with Matthew Hayden. Now, Michael Slater got out to Graham Gooch in that match, caught it mid-off. Yes, Michael Slater got out trying to hit Graham Gooch back over his head and got caught by Michael Gatting just before stumps on day 1. And Australia ended up getting bowled out for 426, so things can turn around in the last half hour. So it's very important, as I said, for England to bowl well here, try and get rid of Hayden, and hopefully one more, and you never know what happens tomorrow.
Yes, you've got to look on the positive side of it. That self-same match, Mark Waugh made 140. He's got to get this out swinger a bit closer. That's better.
That's the game I'm talking about there. Michael Slater was smashing them all over the place, as Matthew Hayden has done today. When he fell, Australia were 3 for 308. And that was about this time of the day 8 years ago. And then we end up being all that for 426. The other bad news there was my name there.
How'd you run yourself out for 59,
Michael
for goodness
Slater
sake?
absolutely robbed me there for 59. Robbed me. He still hasn't bought me a beer either.
Way down the leg side, so a few wide deliveries outside off stump, and then he's lost control of that one way down the leg side. He's got to be a little bit more consistent with this outswinger of his. This one starting way outside leg stump and just kept going.
There's still good carry there, isn't there? Look at that one. It's reached Alex Stewart around about shoulder height. So there's still some bounce there, and there is a bit of swing. And Andrew Caddick has got to get it right. He mentioned in the press leading up to this Test match that he wants to bore the Australian out. Well, he hasn't quite done that today. He's bowled not the consistent, well, probably the consistent length we expect from him. His line hasn't been too bad. His length has been a little bit inconsistent.
Yes, they've all been too short to Matthew Hayden, there's no doubt. 2 for 347. So the new ball has been taken now. Can Matthew Hoggart get it right? This is an opportunity for him as well. Same field, 2 slips and 2 gullies. And Hoggart bowls his outswingers as well. He wants to keep it relatively well up. Try to get Damien Martin driving just outside that off stump.
Well, I thought Matthew Hoggart bowled well with the new ball earlier this morning without a lot of luck. He bowled well to Justin Langer. In particular, he swung it back into the left-handers. He'll enjoy having a right-hander out there at the moment, bowling to Damien Martin. Genuine outswing bowler.
A very wide delivery. It's just a reminder for those of you watching our telecast in New South Wales, in Victoria and Tasmania, you're going to leave us for the news, the National 9 News, at the top of the hour. That's about 3 or 4 minutes from now. And the final scores in the news. Two down for 348.
Fighting. That pitch of the ball just coming out of Hoggart's hand, just to keep it on the seam.
Some of the English girls there, well, they were there before that mob jumped up.
That Matthew Hoggart is a genuine outswing bowler. He usually has a very good wrist position. Sort of low type action, bustling type bowler. Generally gets the seam about right, and that's pretty good again. See the seam almost pointing to about first or second slip as it goes down the pitch. And it's not scrambling either, so that suggests to me it's coming out of his hand rather nicely. He just probably has to move his line over maybe 10 or 15 centimetres or so. It's coming out of his hand rather nicely.
I think the only problem is it's a bit of a banana, isn't it? It starts swinging because he gets it actually quite right. He gets it in a nice position. It starts to swing right from his hand. The guys that swing it late tend to get that seam a little bit more upright as it goes down the pitch. Just watch out, sort of leaning over a little bit there, and so it starts to swing right from the minute it leaves his hand. So he's got the swing going nicely. And indeed, he'll get some wickets with that outswinger, but to get the really good players out, it needs to be quite late. And there's a real art to that. It's not an easy thing to do. Oh, there we are. That's a good delivery. Well, that's the right length and the right line, and he just had him flirting outside off stump at that one, didn't he? That could so easily hit the edge of the bat.
If any English bowlers deserved a wicket today, it's probably Matthew Hoggart. He's dropped that catch of Matthew Hayden, swirling one at mid-off. Apart from that, his fielding has been quite good. His desperation's good, and he's probably been the pick of the bowlers.
Right, well, 83.5 overs have been bowled. This is the last ball of this over. Australia 2 for 348. And that one through to the keeper. So 2 for 348. Hayden on 175. Good feeling. It'll be a better feeling if he's not out overnight. And Damien Martin with him on 6.
A better feeling for Steve Waugh and Darren Lehmann coming in next too from an Australian point of view. They won't want to bat now. 6 overs left in the day's play. Hasn't been a good day for the English bowlers. They haven't fielded all that well either. As I've mentioned a number of times, still a little opportunity here in these last 6 overs to get a wicket, bring Steve Waugh out, or Darren Lehmann, or even night watchman, whoever it may be.
Well, I reckon if Steve Waugh says he wants the night watchman, I reckon Adam Gilchrist will jump out of his seat.
Well, actually, I suppose, thinking back to last season, or maybe 2 seasons ago now, Australians voted not to have any night watchmen. So Steve Waugh still with the pads on there. I don't think we'll see anyone, any of the batsmen with the pads on. The night watchman's probably sitting in front of him. Jason Gillespie, who would normally be the night watchman. Pretty good defence. Not a great range of strokes, but pretty solid defence. And he's sitting there with the training gear on. So it will be Steve Waugh in next.
Yes, I was going to say there's no way that Steve Waugh want anyone else to go out there, even if it is for just a little short space of time. 349. Yes, he's bowled a few down the leg side. He's just not being quite consistent enough. That one just heading off down the leg side, no swing there. I think what's happening to him when he's outside off stump, it swings away quite wide and quite a lot, but as soon as he gets it straight, nothing's happening.
It's the England bowling coach, Graham Dilley, enjoying the paper. More enjoyable than the bowling at the moment, I'd suggest.
Yes, today's paper is going to make a lot better reading than tomorrow's paper, as far as the England team is concerned. So you'll have a few of the other fast bowlers out in the nets, I would have thought, the next few days, because obviously now that Jones is not going to be taking part in any cricket for quite a long time, they have to find some other, or make some other plans. Crawley back in the middle order for England. Vaughan's not had a great day, dropped a real sitter and let a couple through his legs. Hoggard also dropped one, but hasn't bowled badly. Butcher really has had a few overs, but hasn't really had much to do. That's a better line. 2 for 349.
Two for 349. 5 overs remaining. And to take you through those 5 overs, it'll be Bill Laurie and Ian Healy.
Thank you, Mark Taylor. A very important 5 overs from England point of view as Hayden takes strike from Hoggard. It's short and down the leg side. Very fit man, Matthew Hayden. Great concentration. We've seen in the last 12 months he's made 4 Test hundreds, averaging about 70 at Test level. Excellent concentration. And there he is. That's at the Gabba.
At Brisbane anyway, Bill, possibly the showgrounds, the exhibition grounds as well, but 226 the top score in Brisbane in a Test match.
And away in between the two of them. Well, have a look at that. There's one at fine leg, there's one at about 45 degrees. There's on leg stump, he just worked it away beautifully.
They're not that far apart. I'd give them 30 metres apart, these two. The balls had to travel 65 and hardly had to move, either of them. Straight between them. Never going to be anything but 4. Short ball, don't mind the short ball, but it can't be on leg stump. He's just used the pace, gone with it and found the rope.
This time it's a bit of pad. Stewart charges across from behind the stumps. leg by. He likes the pull shot that's about waist high. He just plays that superbly. He's a big man. He just pivots on the back foot and whips it away beautifully. Sometimes in front of square leg, this time between the man at fine leg and backward square leg.
Too often today, probably 90% of the short balls have been waist high. And it's not really a short ball, it's just an ordinary ball. It should be right up near the crest on his shirt, into the helmet, that height.
Martin taking his time, which is fair enough. 6 off 41 deliveries face, but only the first day, and it's 354 for 2.
It's been his strength too, Damien Martin, to be able to bat with a partner, whether it's been Gilchrist, whether it's been Steve Waugh or even Warney, just to play this type of role and get ready for tomorrow.
I think it's just a fraction short to Martin. And he's got any outswing to swing away. It's the first new ball he's bowling to 2 left-handers to a right-hander here. He's just short of a good length rather than being full. And Martin's got time to adjust or not to play a shot. Far too short. It's over bowled. 2 for 354. Andy Caddick onto the thigh pad. Andy Caddick's been disappointing today from the point of view he's not express, yet his line has never been quite right. His length's been okay, but he's either been just getting too much down the leg side or a fraction wide, and he's had trouble with that run up all day.
Generally pretty consistent with his pace throughout a day's play. But I agree, the last over we saw him bowl one right down the leg side of Damien Martin. Now he's got one onto the Matthew Hayden's thigh pad where he's been able to get off strike at a time when he doesn't want to be facing.
It's a better length and line. It's been a perfect day here in Brisbane. Not too hot, bright and sunny, and the conditions have been ideal. $28,000 fans for the first day's play. A working day in Brisbane.
Oh, wasn't that good bowling? And he's generally pretty consistent there, all his pace. You can see late in the afternoon he's been a little lower on average than in the morning, early in the spells. These ones slower deliveries, and generally at the end, an over, you can see the red lines are an over starts. His pace is pretty consistent through and over. It doesn't really drop off during the 6 deliveries. Line is the problem.
Cut back a long way. That's well bowled. Hit the seam, jagged back, went over the top of the stumps. Mark Taylor was saying earlier, this pitch does enable you to do that because it's good, even bounce. It's just short of a good length. Martin shoulders, arms, it goes way over the stumps.
Don't worry about showing exasperation. It seemed back, bounced over middle. Where was that this morning when we needed it? When we needed to support our captain, we had nothing.
Caddick had a chance dropped and Hoggard dropped Matthew Hayden at mid-on. He tried hitting down the ground. Hayden was 102, it was 206 at the time. For the local fans, they've had a great day.
And England can give them one more burst of excitement if they get Matthew Hayden on strike for as long as they're getting Damien Martin on strike. Martin is the fresher.
Two for 355. Hoggard continues. He's been pretty consistent too, sitting about 4 runs per over. He's bowled 20 overs on debut in Australia. He's a good workhorse. I think if he gets a bit of breeze, maybe at the whack, he'll get a lot more swing and extra bounce. He just needs a bit of confidence, needs a wicket or two. It's been quite consistent.
They have pegged it back a little bit, the English bowlers. They haven't got the wickets, but the run rate has slowed. And that best bowling 7 for 63 after a stint at the academy here in Australia. He spent his time at the Adelaide base of the England Cricket Academy and then was selected to go to New Zealand and perform very well. So he's on the right track. He's a willing performer. He had some thigh troubles or groin troubles very early this morning in the first hour of the day, so he's got through a very tough day's work.
Whoops, bit of a slog, got inside edge, but he gets it through mid-wicket for 2. Matthew Hayden will be saying 3 overs to go, full day tomorrow. New ball's only a few overs old, I must survive.
Let's see if I can get my front foot getting out there. But that's about the 4th inside edge from Hoggard's bowling that he's got 2 or 3 from. No way he's looking to get it over there, but it seems to find that gap every time. Foot was out there, the ball was wide outside off, and he picks up 2 through mid-wicket.
Shown tremendous concentration. He's faced 248 deliveries. Had a couple of lives, simple catches that should have been taken. He's got an excellent strike rate. 22 fours and 2 sixes.
They've been high intensity too, the 248 balls, so batting a day which at a lower intensity is not that difficult.
Oh, that's safe. That's just wide, and Midoff was in the air. Midoff didn't move, couldn't move, and that's 4 more.
That's the intensity I'm talking about. He's put himself on the line time and time again. A lot of energy. He's hit on the up. It's a new ball. He's a metre out of his crease. He still finds the middle of the bat and the boundary. If he was just meandering along, defending and taking his time all day, it wouldn't sap the energy as much as it does batting like this.
Enormous power. The big man, he's hit on the up. It's clean as a whistle. Wasn't a bad delivery. 6 off the over, 2 for 361. Caddy continues. Damien Martin very watchful, 6 off 48, doesn't matter. First day's play to be 2 for 361 with 2 overs to be bowled. It's a wonderful position after being sent into bat. It's normally in Brisbane whether you bat or bowl, there's a little bit in it. So the 2 left-handers, Langer and Hayden, got them away to a good start. 67 for the first wicket. Great support from Ponting, 123. It's been Hayden's day.
You have to go back to that Ponting knock then. It has been Matthew Hayden's day. But Ricky Ponting made 123. He made it look so simple, and it was in the background. Did it off 196 deliveries.
Didn't give a chance. Was unlucky to get out. Bowled off his thigh pad. Very good partnership. left and right-handed combination has worked.
Two men back for the hook. One on square, one fine. There's a big gap between them.
No.
We saw Matthew Hoggard have these two men behind square quite close. You can see at the top of the screen the man at fine leg, and then one on square just in the sunlight. They're much more spread than Hoggard had, so that will be tempting for Matthew Hayden if Andy Caddick does decide to drop the ball short.
Problem has been they haven't got him enough genuine bounces. They've been about waist or chest high. If you've got to give it over Matthew Hayden's helmet, there's some risk. We saw one from Hoggard and he got caught at fine leg and feels more over the line, but generally speaking they've been chest high bounces rather than head high bounces, and he's played them superbly.
And I think this will be indicative of all the English bowlers. That's where the Australian batsmen have hit Andy Caddick. 85 dot balls, 8 singles, 8 twos, 2 threes, 10 fours. All around the ground. It's probably because he's attacked the stumps a little bit too much. And when he hasn't, when he's got it outside off, it's been a little short, so they've been able to whip it across onto the leg side anyway. It's the 86th dot ball. Just been a little bit aggressive in their lines. Is that a double scotch or is that 2 overs before we can have a drink?
Two of the world's best umpires here today. Hudson, tall man there from the West Indies. Good personality, very relaxed umpire, both well liked, both very professional. Asked a question, not out. It's a call, 2 for 362. Last over to be bowled by Hoggard. His 22nd over. Oh, that's a shout. There was the 2 noises. No.
I think it was the 2 noises. Little inside edge, Damien Martin's front foot not out too far, but this is Matthew Hayden, the last ball of last over. Andy Caddick got one to pitch in line, was straightening. Matthew Hayden's head's fallen over, the stump superimposed through. Look as if there is every reason to give a huge shout. Andy Caddick himself didn't go up as convincingly as the slips, but they were very persistent.
Possibly maybe just swinging down leg side because he was well forward, but otherwise from where it hit him there, it looked like it might have gone onto the stump. So I just get the feeling it was just swinging away, ball from Andy Caddick. And a big step forward by Matthew Hayden. Well worth a shout.
Because he fell over as well, he probably made it look worse than it was, Matthew Hayden. Gave the impression that it was going further down leg than it probably was. We'll be able to extend that after impact if we had time with Hawkeye, but last over of the day.
Nicely played, at least 2. Two shouts of weight, second new ball. One to Hayden, one to Damien Martin. You'll probably find the Damien Martin one, I think it was an inside edge.
Pitch is dead on middle. Hits on about leg, so the angle from middle to leg where it hit him, probably going on to miss those superimposed stumps.
Missed the bat by a mile, going down the leg side.
Alex Stewart was very keen on that one. He continued with his appeal. Hoggard very late in coming in on the appeal. So it's a fatigue factor, or is it that they believe it was missing and not worth the effort?
ball remaining, so Matthew Hayden will remain 186 not out. There's not a run out. And a great day for him. Superb knock.
No better feeling. 186 at not out. The highest score at Brisbane in a test is 226. Got that to look forward to. The wicket possibly be even better tomorrow. Bowlers are tired. Shots all around the ground. On fire.
So stumps the end of the first day of this Test Series, Australia versus England. Australia, after being sent into batter, 2 for 364. This man on screen, great support from Ricky Ponting, has dominated the day's play.